Boys, we're live. How y'all doing? We're back. It starts right now, Nightwalker. Don't you worry about it. DSV, how's it going, man? Nightwalker, Dr. Z, how's it going? Captain Panda, Merlin. How is everyone doing this fine Tuesday morning? Jesus Christ, Thunder, how's it going? God damn it, gotta stop with that goddamn unk emoji. Ah, that shit's hurting my feelings. Gullible, how's it going, man? I don't think I've seen you here before. How you doing? Luvion, how's it going? Dr. Z, I'm not late. I was on time. Yes, thank you. Thank God you sound so well rested. I feel so good, man. Stream faster. I only got like 5 hours to my flight. Oh, we'll be done in 5 hours, Bullseye. Don't you worry. Pushcar, how's it going, man? Okay, you know what? I did start late, so I'm not going to play any chess today. I feel like it's only fair. Yes, Dr. Z. I normally do start early, but I had to take care of my nephew because my sister-in-law had a meeting, so I had to watch him right up until like 2 minutes ago. Zach Cute, I don't think I've seen you here before either. How you doing, man? Wrong, how's it going? Justin, how's it going? And so it begins. No. And now it ends. Alger, how's it going? Hi, Dr. Z. 9:33. We felt good. We felt good. Yeah, Pushcar, thank you for being a member for a month, man. That's crazy. A lot of 1 month anniversaries are coming up. That's crazy. Why was Nightwalker demoted? You can ask him. He'll give you the answer. Been here before, just didn't chat? Oh, okay. Well, in that case, welcome back, man. Username, I did say hi to you. What do you mean? I get it. You'll be back. No worries, man. Leo Sam, how's it going? We have 2 mods right now, Nightwalker. It's okay. We're fine. We might even have 3. I think Nightwalker's here too. Or no. Never mind. Sorry, Instinct. Oh, God. Liola, how's it going? Ignore username, he just wants attention. We got music together and made a whole music catalog, so be locked in for music. Sounds good, man. There's a lot of music changes? Okay, sounds good. Just whenever there's a music change, just let me know. I'm happy to take care of that. No worries. I know. Take off my mask. Oh, you guys are excited for this one. Oh. Okay, this better be a really good volume ending, man. Holy shit. Zaza, Bug, Ra, how y'all doing? Evil spirits. Common trait. Queen, how's it going? $24 Klein's toes. How's it going, man? By the way, I put it in the Discord, but gotta say, that's a dope name. Okay. After a while, Leonard cleared his throat and wore a smile without realizing. He said, "Old man, Klein's suggestion's pretty good. It's pretty viable. The effect should be pretty substantial. Why didn't you consider it? Didn't you mention that you would do your best to help me get revenge? I thought Worms of Time could only be used for avatars and as support." He subconsciously droned on while Palazzorast remained silent. Only after a while did he sigh lightly and say, "I can only give you a maximum of 2 Worms of Time." Without waiting for Leonard to say a word, he added, "To exact revenge on a demigod who wields a grade 0 sealed artifact, the most important thing is still your own level and strength. Otherwise, you wouldn't have a chance of using it, even if you have a high-level charm." Leonard wiped away his smile and nodded. "I'll do my best digesting my potion." Quick question. Leonard's a sequence 6 right now, right? He's a soul assurer. I think that's a sequence 6. No worries, Milosh. Okay. If you finish digesting and fail to accumulate enough contribution points, I'll help you seek out the Beyonder ingredients needed for Spirit Warlock. Yes? Okay, perfect. Khaled, how's it going, man? As for only having 2 worms of time, he wasn't disappointed at all. It was already a bonus. Just getting 1 was amazing. Having 2 meant that he and Klein could split them. After expressing his attitude, he asked in puzzlement, "Old man, do you think Klein has already used the previous worm of time as a charm?" He remembered very clear. Oh, fuck's sakes. Okay, I'm gonna turn off Discord. I'm gonna keep getting pinged forever. Sorry, I have a lot of tabs open. Give me a second. Okay, there we go. There we go. Do not disturb mode exists. I know it does, Romero, but I keep forgetting about it. It's bad. He remembered very clearly, back when they were trying to figure out who Emlyn was supporting, the old man had parasitized Tinder with a worm of time and later lost contact with it. Now on retrospection, just Emlyn and Sherlock's close relationship made it easy for him to figure out the truth. The worm of time had been eliminated by the upper echelons of the secret organization. Furthermore, there's a high chance that it was bestowed to Klein. Otherwise, his former colleague wouldn't have known about the existence of them. Do you get any Discord from... oh, that is true. Fuck. Okay, actually, let me figure out where the do not disturb mode is. This is insane. I should... Oh, God. Just click on your PFP bottom left. Oh, okay. Sounds good. Thank you. Ah, got it. Thank you. Great. Got it. Thank you. Near bottom left for your name. Thank you, guys. Okay. Amnesiac. How's it going, man? Shut the fuck up, Romero. I don't use Discord. Okay, shut up. Mr. Loki, how's it going? If he hasn't already used it and seen its effects, why would he raise the issue and ask for more? Pallez scoffed. Alright, I need to separate the worms of time. This will make me fall asleep for at least 2 weeks. If you have any questions, find someone else. With that said, not giving Leonard a chance to raise any more questions, he scattered his spirituality and created a blob of light that hung high inside Leonard's mind. Leonard's instinctive response was a chuckle. He focused his attention back on the letter he got from Klein, possessed by an evil spirit. I don't know much about evil spirits. Nothing comes to mind. Yes, we're going to finish it today, Loki. We're going to finish it this stream. After a few minutes of thought, Leonard took out a matchbox and burned the letter. He then knocked on Daly's door. When did a sleepless have the courage to knock on a lady's door at a time associated with a bed? Daly asked. My straightforward queen. I have some questions I'd like to talk to you about, Leonard asked. Okay. I'm not responsible for counseling minors. As she spoke, she made way and allowed Leonard to enter her room. Ma'am, I'd like to know about evil spirits. You're sequence 5 of the death pathway. You have higher clearance than me. You should know a decent bit. Why are you asking? Daly asked. Most evil spirits are a result of dead high-sequence beyonders. A small number of them are wraiths who break through various restrictions. The first situation is more common. After high-sequence beyonders consume a potion to obtain godhood, their soul body would have experienced a mutation. It would be a mutation at their core. This allows their soul body to remain even in death, or when their powers are dispersed. There will be a certain level of divinity to it, making them very terrifying. The second situation isn't very different at a fundamental level. Normally speaking, evil spirits will weaken with the passage of time until they dissipate. However, They can also assimilate into a region where they are born, making the existence and even the underworld fuse with it, and then extract power from this to maintain their existence. Jesus. Walter, how's it going, man? How you doing? Therefore, many spirits have their own territory and active range. It's not that they don't wish to leave, but that they can't. The only exception is when they accumulate enough power, allowing their existence to experience a change. Can evil spirits leave their territory by possessing people? Taking notes on evil. I'm gonna take notes on this whole bit on. I'm gonna take notes on this whole bit after I'm done stream, because I'm not gonna stream tomorrow. I'm gonna take the day off, so I'll figure out, because like I have to take notes on like probably the last 50 chapters. Like it's cooked, so no point starting now. I'll do it all together. Yes, but ordinary humans and most Beyonders are unable to withstand the extraction effects that evil spirits have on their bodies. They will quickly lose their spirituality and their body temperature will be unable to last long. As Daly spoke, she raised her hand to point at herself. The best method... This guy. I've got it. The best method is to rely on Beyonders of the Death pathway. Of course, at least as Sequence 5, because from Gatekeeper we have our own dead spirit prison in our bodies. It can be called a miniature underworld. It can provide an evil spirit with an adequate environment for existence. Once you become a spirit warlock, you'll have similar powers, but it'll be even more about sealing and sleeping than an eternal underworld. Those natural spirits and wraiths are troublesome if they come out. Afterlies, how's it going, man? How you doing? Ins Zangwill, Sequence 5 is Gatekeeper. It's no wonder that the evil spirit can possess him for a long time. Or could it be that he failed in an attempt to enslave an evil spirit? Leonard's thoughts opened up as he immediately made connections. What sort of needs does an evil spirit have? Needs? Singing? Dancing? Poetry? Men? Women? The Sea of Stars? I mean, what kind of desires will they have? Leonard asked. I love how unbothered Daly is. She's like, what? Like, you mean like what kind? Like men, women? What are you talking about? You know, damn. I feel like that's on Daly's mind 24/7. I will say. Oh, Kami, thanks, man. Holy shit, my music go. End of chapter 940. When a figure walks over 941 Klein. Jesus Christ, goated, man. Thanks, man. Okay. Okay. That depends on what it desired when it was alive. Typically speaking, the remnant spirits will inherit the original obsessions, without being able to balance. If it were you, the evil spirits might attempt to write poems, imprison a group of spectators, and seek acknowledgement. Daly basically said, bro, you are bitchless, you understand? You just want to be praised because you have daddy issues, and you want to write poems because you're a fucking loser. Or it will do things in an ostentatious manner, like the protagonist of a play. However, regardless of what it was while it was alive, as long as one becomes an evil spirit, they commonly desire two things. What's that? First, it's to feed on the soul of the living. This can pleasure them, an innate pleasure that stems from the need to maintain their existence. The talentless poet. In addition, a large number of souls will allow them to escape the restrictions of their territory and active range. It will replace the power provided by the spirit world and underworld. Second, it's to seek out Beyonder ingredients from their pathway while they were alive. Through this, they can create another foundation. At a certain stage, the evil spirits would no longer need to draw on the powers of the spirit world and underworld. They would no longer be restricted by their territories or active range. In a sense, they would have transformed into a special spirit world creature. Interesting. We're in the end game now. Leonard seemed to realize something as he thought. This also meant that evil spirits can consume potions? No, potions are created for humans. They reduce the risk of losing control. To many supernatural creatures, there's no need. They can directly consume the ingredients raw. It's especially so for evil spirits. Interesting. Their obsession, cruelty, ferociousness, and penchant for souls make them half crazy to begin with. There's no need to regulate it. Furthermore, they are spirit bodies, so the method of consumption is direct accommodation and slow digestion. Daly corrected. Oh, so they don't have the acting method. They just literally have to let time churn away at it like the low sequence or lower level members of the churches do. I see. Remind you of someone? Spirit world creatures? Is it supposed to? Who the fuck just... What? No? Am I dumb? You're making me so self-conscious, god damn it. With that said, he hesitated. I understand. Thank you for answering my questions. Oh, Raynette. Yeah, I figured Raynette, but I didn't... We haven't seen her consume any ingredients. Either way, let's just keep reading. Ma'am, I believe we shouldn't just figure out the motives behind Ince's meeting with the numinous episcopate, but also track his trajectory since Backland to East Balam. We need to know what he did, what items he found. It might lead us to clues. Very clever, Daly said. But what does that have to do with evil spirits? Nothing. I raised the question to make preparations, because I believe that since we're investigating the numinous episcopate, we might encounter evil spirits. The latter half was a suggestion I wish to make after the break. What? Where did I go? Yes. I just wish to talk to you about it beforehand. Leonard's mind raced as he slowed down his speech and fabricated an excuse on the spot. Daly listened in and chuckled. If you actually work so hard to fabricate stories in front of girls, you might not be as single. She said, yeah, bitch, let's get it together. You need to learn how to talk to women. Oh my god, he's catching strays. Unfortunately, I'm not a clueless girl. There's no need to explain further. Leave. Leonard got up, and without trying to emphasize as he walked to the door, he gripped the handle as Daly's voice sounded behind. I don't know what secret you're hiding, nor do I know what you know. None of it matters. When it comes to Ince, if you need any help or aid, you can always find me. Leonard paused for 2 seconds. His mouth quivered. He pulled open the door and walked out. His mouth quivered because he's like, damn, she's so cool. In the city of Silver, Derek had received the order to join an expedition team led by none other than Chief Colin Iliad. Their target was Noise City. It was in the northern city ruins where the shapeshifter and other terrifying creatures lived. Bro, Klein's gonna become a demigod, and soon. That divination was spot on. One plus one is greater than 2. Damn. Didn't you say you would put Sharon for her birthday? Oh shit! Yes, you're right. Fuck, I do need to do that. I intended to, and then I got delayed because I had to take care of my nephew. Shit, you are right. Fuck, that's like a good point. Okay, good point. Go. Okay, hold on. It's Sharon's birthday today, yes. Don't go to our... Yeah, I won't. No, I think I already downloaded it. I'm just looking for it. Chill. Yeah, I got it, Ramiro. Motherfucker. Chill. God damn. I'm not going to artwork. Chill. God damn it, motherfucker. Chill, bro. God, no faith. We find your house if you go to... I'm not going... You could... Oh, ye of little faith. My God, you guys are getting so mean. Oh, its format is dog shit. Fuck. Its format is dog shit. You guys are threatening me, bro. I don't like this. Y'all are becoming mean. Fuck. Oh my God. The format isn't right. It's like a dog shit format. Fuck me. And I missed nearly every... I know you haven't been here for a while, Burnt, but you're here for the end, man. All's well that ends well. Fuck. It's fine. It's fine. Fuck it. Whatever. It's fine. Let's just continue. Ever since the information about the suspected Bizarro Bane shapeshifter was given to Derek, constantly believed that the latter might one day entrust him with the mission to find the ingredient. However, his strength was lacking. Even with his friends, it was impossible for him to complete the hunt. Furthermore, such expeditions needed to go through the 6-member council. Private teams were unable to wander too far from the City of Silver. But to his surprise, it didn't take long before an expedition team was headed up for Noise City, led by Chief Colin itself. Combing through his previous discussions with the Hanged Man, Miss Justice, and company at the Tarot Gathering, Klein came up with a theory. During the exploration of the former chief's mausoleum, Mr. Fool had provided a certain level of help to the chief, allowing him to foil the fallen creator's ploy. Hence, noticing the information, the demon hunter decided to hunt a shapeshifter to please the deity. This is a necessary way to curry favor, and is also a kind of equivalent exchange. The Hanged Man's words resounded in Derek's mind. It made him no longer puzzled over the matter, so taking the opportunity before he set out, he prayed to Mr. Fool and requested him to inform the world of this expedition. Mr. Loki, you'll only be up till like 2 o'clock. You're gonna be fine. He quickly received a response from the world to say, if the hunting of the Bizarro Bane is difficult or dangerous, the requirement can be lowered. Attempt to extract its blood. As long as you obtain it, I'll trade it for the Priest of Light's Beyonder characteristic. Priest of Light Beyonder characteristic? Mr. World already has one? Or could it be that he locked onto a target and will quickly be able to obtain it? With the chief's strength and the teamwork of the expedition team, there's a good chance of just extracting its blood. Derek felt relieved. Just as he arrived at the location, he saw the chief carrying 2 swords on his back. And behind this demon hunter was another person, Shepherd Elder Lovia. Why the fuck is she here? Lovia, who was apparently participating in this expedition, turned her head as her pale eyes reflected Derek. Derek felt a baffling sense of alarm. East Balam, above the grey fog, Klein deeply approved of the City of Silver's chief's organization of an expedition to Noise City. He had also informed the little son that there was no need to take risks. All he needed was some of the blood of the target. Derek is expendable. The chief is not. He doesn't dare pray directly to the Fool and instead tells Derek to report it. I mean, as far as the City of Silver is concerned, this is true. Fun fact, is the second chapter with the same? Yes, I know this book, because I remember having this exact same thought when I read the first one. I was like, that's so clever. Like, the implication is obvious that, like, 2 team members that are, like, working coherently are better than, like, but still, all the same. You think it's better to leave Lovia unsupervised in the City of Silver? Of course, they'll take her with you. I don't know. There's like, it's a 6-member council, Dr. Z. I would venture to say there's 4 other members that could keep an eye on her, but I don't know. Klein deeply approved of the City of Silver's, when the time came, he could smear the blood over Grizel's travel, bringing all his gear to challenge the Bizarro Bane on his turf. Oh, that's so clever. Klein had also considered the possibility of whether Grizel's travel's ability to swallow people into a book was screened by the uniqueness of the Forsaken Land of the Gods. He had also come up with a solution. It was to bestow the little son with Grizel's travel. After achieving the goal, he could get the little son to sacrifice it back. Oh, that is so clever. In addition, he wasn't worried about the Bizarro Bane lacking blood because of its nature as a spirit world creature. This was because the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula clearly wrote 200 milliliters of Bizarro Bane blood. So why doesn't he just ask him to get enough blood and then he doesn't even need the rest of him now? I don't even have an excuse for which I can make... I'm not even a bee hunter. I'm a curly-haired before sleeping, he received a reply from Leonard. Another day before it can be provided, and there will be 2 of them. The grandpa in Leonard's body has quite a good attitude, unable to leave his territory, limited activity range. The common trait is to devour the soul of living creatures and desire beyond the ingredients of their pathway. This also means that the evil spirit will seek out the corresponding ingredients and beyonder characteristics when it wields control over Ins. This is indeed a direction of investigation. Suddenly, Klein recalled something. Back when he encountered Ins's body on the Waypoint Island of the Berserk Sea, the latter had been pursued by a powerful demigod of the Hunter pathway. Could that be the result of the evil spirit? I previously imagined that Ins had only received a commission by some faction in the royal family, and did something that targeted the Intis Republic, only to have a mistake happen, thus exposing himself and getting pursued. Blood is only a supplementary ingredient? Oh, I see. So he needs the body for like a main ingredient, and then he needs blood for supplementary. I see, okay. From the looks of it, there might be another possibility. That evil spirit desires the beyonder characteristic of the Hunter pathway. The blood is for Grisel's travel? No, Samo just said that he needs 200 milliliters of the Bizarro Bane blood as an ingredient of the potion. That evil spirit desires the hunter characteristic of the hunter pathway, and when it could control Ins's body, it will attempt to hunt beyonders of the same pathway. This might have succeeded or failed. In short, the result was that he was targeted by a powerful demigod of the hunter pathway. He pursued him the entire journey with his intuition as a hunter. This was the only way to explain why Ins, wielding 008, was discovered. At this moment, Enzo and Ludwell were kneeling down, massaging Klein's legs. He never needs to pay for massages again. This is crazy. By the way, there's 60 people in here. Fucking A, guys. Thank you so much, everyone. I can only guess that it's an evil spirit of the hunter pathway for now. I'll later write to Leonard and get him to steer the investigation this direction. This fellow's acting isn't that great, nor does he have the psychological experience. I wonder if he will end up exposing himself. Perhaps he will explain it away with some non-existent informant. Hunter pathway evil spirit. Hunter pathway evil spirit. Hunter pathway evil spirit! It's the evil spirit. That's why Ins was digging down there, and that's why the fucking angel's not there anymore, or this evil spirit's not there anymore. It was the Red Angel Medici's main body that had combined with the remnant psyches of 2 Sequence 1 angels of the Sauron and the Einhorn family. The plot thickens! When it came to the Hunter pathway, there was no evil spirit of an even higher level, unless it was the Blood Emperor, at least a Tudor. Previously, Ins was in Backland. That evil spirit, who I'm not sure if I should call Medici, was also in Backland. Later, that evil spirit had escaped the seal, and its whereabouts are unknown. As for Ins, he had suffered the possession of an evil spirit. You had noticed it on your own without me telling you. Why are you shocked now? You forgot that you knew? Yes. MCD, McDonald's. Klein, the one possessing Ins was the Red Angel. Klein frowned, almost finding it unbelievable. As his thoughts raced, he found another piece of evidence. The unique trait of 008, once you know it, is that it will also know you. And as a king of angel who survived the second epoch, the Red Angel Medici probably knows all about 008. In other words, as long as the evil spirit attempted to recall anything about 008, 008 would know about it too. Pleasure working with you was the sentence. No way. But the problem lies in the fact that I previously suspected that evil spirit to have a sequence 1 characteristic. There's no need for it to seek out any more. Could it be that it hasn't digested it? Klein rubbed his temples as his head ached. He stood up, entered the bathroom, and went above the grey fog. He wrote a divination statement. The one possessing Ins is the evil spirit in the underground ruins of Alista Tudor. He scrutinized each word for a few seconds before taking off his topaz pendant, planning to do a divination. But when he did, the topaz pendant stood still, meaning the divination had failed. I love that red angel Medici, which I did say nothing wrong. You misunderstood me. Make me mod. No. The level is too high and there's 008. Right, the evil spirit also carried the red priest card that has anti-divination prophecies. It's no wonder it failed. This is also an indirect confirmation. Klein analyzed the reason and considered other ways. He tapped his fingers on the edge of the table and muttered, apart from getting Leonard to lead the red gloves, I should do something as well. Assuming the one possessing Ins really is Medici, where will it seek out beyond ingredients of the Hunter pathway? Intes capital, Trier, Faceac capital, Saint Milome, or would it rely on the card of blasphemy's activation to use the law of beyonder characteristics, convergence? Wait, it mentioned before that the descendants of the Medici family are in Benzie Harbor. Although it's been destroyed, they might be buried there. The evil spirit with the 3 angel remnant spirits has a very potent proactive trait. This matches Leonard's description of the evil spirits in the letter. The world requested the hanged man to head to Bansi and do a more thorough investigation. After doing that, Klein began contemplating. He once confirmed that Ins had the red angel, evil spirit in him. He wondered if he could use the law of beyonder characteristics convergence as a starting point, enticing Ins Zangwill and setting up a trap. Hunter pathway. Klein recalled 2 hunters loitering in West Balam. Is he planning on using Danitz and fucking Anderson as bait? This would be amazing. Although East and West Balam are vast territories, the distance between Ins, the city that Ins made his last appearance, and the northern state is huge. He'll probably take half a month to travel, even as a demigod, since he doesn't have teleport. In theory, Danitz and Anderson probably won't encounter Medici. Also, their sequences are too low. West Balam, northern state, Kokawa City. Danitz shot a glance at Anderson and blurted, I'm going to do some investigations. Why the fuck are you following me? Logically speaking, shouldn't you be heading back to the Fog Sea at Barons Harbor? $9:35. Nagito, how's it going, man? Man, we're having all the OGs today. Ba-bum-bum-bum-ba-bum. Just woke up? Fair enough, man. Just woke up. Wait, what time is it for you? It should be cooked, no? Time in Egypt. It's 7:30. What the fuck do you mean? PM? What do you mean you just woke up? What the fuck? Anderson, who was enjoying a piece of ice cream, a piece of cream cassava bread, looked up at Danitz. I'm not sure why. I just don't want to leave West Balam. Since I'm here, as a treasure hunter, how can I return empty-handed? In the extensive forest, That's crazy. In the extensive forest, there are all sorts of abandoned temples that have gold, jewelry, and antiquities. Danitz tipped his chin and guzzled down the remaining of the guadar. Danitz guzzling? This was a beverage made from a fruit native to West Balam. It was an orange-yellow in color with a sweetness amidst its sourness. So it's basically a fucking orange, is what I'm getting here. It was good at quenching thirst and relieving heat. Putting down the cup and picking up his napkin to wipe his mouth, Danitz scoffed. I also keep feeling as though you're up to something. I also hope that's the case, Anderson said. Is Anderson fucking... Dude, Anderson is possessed by something. I don't know by what. Maybe Anderson is... No, but Anderson doesn't know about 008, because I was beginning to think that, like, maybe Anderson is, like, written by 008 to fated to meet up with Ince or something, but I don't know what the fuck is happening with him. My hero. I don't think I've seen you here before, man. How you doing? He matched breakfast with his coffee. In East and West Balam, there were many excellent coffee-bearing lands. East and West Balam sounds like Brazil, like topographically. Am I crazy? There were many excellent coffee-bearing lands. They were just slightly less famous than the Fenapot or Highlander coffee, the southern continent's Highlander coffee, the Star Highlands, and the nearby Paz Valley coffee. Without waiting for Danitz's reply, Anderson said with a smile, "Actually, isn't this good? I'm providing you with free protection, and you're my interpreter." Recalling that Danitz was only a Sequence 7 and was wanted by all kinds of faction, Danitz had a baffling feeling that Anderson's words made sense. I thought Caribbeans when I was reading. I just thought because it said it's so massive. Brazil is, I want to say, like the fourth or fifth largest country in the world. Something. That number might be off, but like really big. And it's like known for its coffees. Also Brazil. Danitz coughed slightly and said there'll be certain times when I'll want you to stay away. If you say please, and there's no problem, Anderson said. Immediately, Danitz hooded himself and walked towards the hotel's entrance to start today's investigation. Midway, he suddenly said, "Have you had such an experience, often dreaming of an angel's descent wrapping you up in its layered wings?" "No, it's only a dream. I occasionally have it I even have the same hallucination occasionally when I'm awake." "Are you a believer of some secret existence?" Anderson asked. "Or have you made contact with an ancient item?" "If it were as simple as you said," Danitz smiled, "I would have long guessed the reason." Danitz did not. He's dumb as a bag of bricks. As he spoke, he brushed his shoulders with three men who came in walking. Anderson habitually sized up the passer-bys. Therefore, he glanced at the three men and realized that it was a master and two servants. The master was tall and his skin was brown. He had soft facial features, as though he was a parent from Balam and Lone. As though he had parents from Balam and Lone. He wore attire of the northern continent, silk top hat, black formal suit, and a gold inlaid cane. Isn't Saudi best known for its coffee? Saudi Arabia? Known for coffee? Am I being schizoid, or I've never heard that. Am I being schizoid here? Hold on, I gotta turn on my fan. It's hot as fuck in my room. Jesus, it is so... No, right? Okay, I'm not being crazy. Saudi is much more for its... yeah, exactly, oil. That's what I think of when I think Saudi. Or I guess football teams now or some bullshit. Or the golf league, I guess. Man, they're spending money on fucking sports recently. Oil is pretty peak. True. Brazil, Colombia, Vietnam are most famous for coffee. Thank you. I would have thought Brazil and Colombia. Vietnam I would not have, but maybe I'm just crazy. The two servants were standard locals that seemed to come from plantations. Unconcerned, Anderson retracted his gaze. He pointed at one of the different styled coffins that were horse-drawn. Want to try one of those? Anderson asked. It's very interesting. Once you get used to it, you will realize that death is nothing to be afraid of. Perhaps you might be able to open the lid at some point and stand up again, like the fool. As a pirate, I more or less believe in the Lord of Storm. Certain things are taboo, and one of them is to stay away from coffins. I'm different. I don't have any taboos, Anderson said. He took out a few Dalexi and bought a set of newspapers. It had to be said that when it came to paperboys, the various cities in the southern continent weren't inferior to the northern continent. After all, manual labor was cheap, and there were many children who needed to supplement their family's income. Danitz walked onto the street, carrying the newspaper. Suddenly he noticed something. Infamous pirate Admiral Hell been killed by Gearman. Danitz almost lost control. He finally understood why Gearman wanted him to be careful with the numinous episcopate. He killed the strongest admiral. Everyone is so shocked. And this is the newspapers, which doesn't even give the true story of like, hey, Klein didn't kill shit, okay? That man surrendered. He was like, yes, master, please make me your marionette. I have no issues. Cooked. Anderson received the newspaper with a smile and scanned through it. He then chuckled and whistled. That fellow likely has a new nickname. Pirate Admiral Nemesis. That's so clever. Oh my god, he should do that. Pirate Admiral Nemesis? Oh, that's really clever. Danitz didn't dare to nod as he said, back when I first met him, I already found him terrifying, but I never expected him to be this terrifying. At this moment, he recalled his early attempts of recruiting Gearman as a sailor. When they left the hotel, Klein had already taken up residence in a luxurious room. He was standing by the window watching the two hunters who were being flippant walking by. Rubbing the cufflink on his sleeves, he unfolded the letter and said, and wrote, I suspect that the evil spirit that possesses Ins Zangwill is from the hunter pathway. You can carry out more investigations in this regard. Along with this letter is a soul assurer's beyond her characteristic. It comes from a pitiful person who was grazed. I liberated him and promised to return his characteristic to the Church of the Evernight. Soul Assure. What sequence is Soul Assure? Is that 6 or 5? Is Leonard's Soul Assure, or is he the one below? No, that's 6. Okay, that's what Leonard is right now. Got it. Okay. He wants to go to Spirit Warlock. I see. Okay. In East Balam, having just prepared to join the morning meeting, Leonard saw the angel messenger appear before him. Already used to this, he received a letter and opened it, and was surprised to see an item as resplendent as the night sky. As expected, it's a beyond our characteristic. Klein is still very friendly to the Church and the Nighthawks. He was rather delighted as he took out the 2 transparent dead-ringed worms and placed it in that envelope. He then summoned Gearman's messenger and handed it to her and paid a gold coin. After doing this, Leonard loosened the top button of his shirt, walking out the room and heading downstairs. On the way, he met Daly. Any new clues? Daly asked. It's suspected to be an evil spirit of the hunter pathway, Leonard said. Then it might have the instinct of being proactive. It will proactively leave clues for us. Of course, it might also leave some clues of misdirection. Knock, knock. Someone knocked on the captain's cabin of the Blue Avenger. Come on in, Alger said. A sailor opened the door and looked back. With the urging of his companions, he opened the room and bowed. Holy Lord of Storm. Captain, many pirates and sailors from the merchant ships have recently been saying they found valuable items in the ruins of Bansi Harbor, even gold. We don't have any important missions recently, so everyone's wondering if we should make another trip to Bansi. I understand your feelings. Let's do this. Head in the direction of Bansi, but don't set a destination. If nothing happens midway, we can stay there for a day. Aye, aye, Captain. May the storm be with you. May the storm be with you, Alger said. I will say, as much as I don't like the Lord of Storm, I feel like "May the storm be with you" is like hard as fuck. You know, "May the goddess be with you" is like, you know, like referring to God, whatever. "May the storm," like you're sailing out at sea and you're like, "May the storm be with you." You're like, oh shit, bro, this guy's goated. Then, as though nothing happened, he poured a cup of alcohol and sipped it slowly. Whatever had just happened was within expectations. This was because the news of finding items of value was something he had spread while disguised. As a captain of the Church of Storm, he was constantly monitored by his sailors. Having been to Bansi once, mentioning it again would be suspicious. Therefore, Alger decided to make his crew request it themselves. Very clever. That way, even if they discovered anything or encountered something at Bansi Harbor, no one would suspect the captain. To the sailors, especially sailors who had spent all their money in Balam, any rumors or news with money would stir their hearts enough. I mean, may the creator be with you, true creator? Nah. I would say the Evernight Goddess feels pretty well-rounded. And I would say the Church of Storm seems like a really the Tyrant. That feels like someone who's like, this is what his fucking, oh, for fuck's sakes. This is what his offensive, oh, for fuck's sakes. This is what his offense and defensive stat would look like. Ready? Offensive, defensive. Ideally, you would want like decent offense so that you can do damage, and then you want like moderate to high defense, okay? Or moderate to high defense so that you can have some survivability. Whereas fucking the Tyrant feels like it would be like 99 offense and his survivability and his defense is like like it'd be cooked. Why not the God of Combat? Because it's the God of Combat. He'd be pretty well-rounded. It logically makes sense that he'd be well-rounded. He's the God of Combat. He'd be good in combat, both staying alive and killing his enemies. Glass cannon, exactly. In addition, the Blue Avenger had stayed in Bayam for far too long. If he hadn't set sail, it would be suspicious. As for monitoring the artisan, it was naturally left to Cattleya. Due to the investigations of the Aurora Order, this pirate admiral in the future had recently been hanging around the Rorstad archipelago. After drinking the liquor, Alger put down the cup and said one word, Bansi. Unhinged, how's it going, man? Glad you could join us for the volume ender. Miss Infoman is here. Okay, I'm not going to read chat anymore. Considering how it was late June and Will Auceptin's birthday was still unclear, Klein decided to do some reorganization before heading above the grey fog and bringing down the radio transceiver. He also warned himself that he could only ask a maximum of 2 questions. In the room that suddenly turned gloomy and cold, the transceiver began producing clicking sounds. 9:36. Don't want to miss out. No, I don't. And you don't either. Join stream. Ba 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 ba. 65 people. That's crazy, man. And we're not even an hour in. We got like probably 3 or 4 more hours of stream. We got a while, man. Do we have all the OGs? I think nearly everyone's here. I'm sure we're missing a person or two. We're always missing someone. But I think nearly all the OGs are here. Just crazy, man. So good to have you guys. Man, it's fucking crazy. 900 chapters we've read live. Almost. Like, short, like, maybe 20 right now. That's crazy to me. Amidst the clacking sound, a white piece of illusory paper shot out of the radio transceiver. On its words were composed of Loanese. Exalted great master, your puny, loyal, humble servant Eridus is here to answer your summoning. Did you know that Miss Dr. Aaron Cersei's child was born at the night before the last? Now I know. Based on the principle of reciprocity, it's your turn to ask. Klein, who had originally wanted to ask about matters regarding Ins 008 and Medici, but considering how he'd failed to divine it above the Great Fog, it was almost certain that Eridus wouldn't be able to see it. After thinking for 2 seconds, he asked, what means are there to speed up the digestion of potions? Do a better job acting, the illusory paper shot out. Upon seeing the magic mirror's reply, Klein fell silent before he exhaled. For the present him, Ins's appearance was too early. Or is it? You need to kill a demigod. Let's kill him. Kill him! Fucking kill him! Let's go! Be a man! Just kill him! He still needed about 2 months to digest the marionette's potion. 2 months? Brother, 2 weeks. Best offer. No shot. Let's go. When that happens, and with him already gathering the ingredients, he could orchestrate the assassination of the demigod Ins Zangwill, placing the sequence advancement with his wish together. There was no need for him to consider any room for retreat. However, Ins wouldn't appear until he was done prepping everything. He wouldn't follow the steps that Klein had in mind. Best I can do is 2 weeks. Have you guys ever seen the Pawn Show? Pawn Stars, I think it is, on the History Channel. It's like, yeah, it's that, you know, like someone comes in, they're like, hey, my grandmother left me this ring. It's been in our family for 17 generations. It was made with pure jade emerald that was mined by my great grandmother. She mined it with her bloody hands, and like my family is suffering. We just need like $10,000. And he's like, I see that. Best I can do is $40. And he's like, no, you don't understand. Like, we really need. Sir, I need you to keep your emotions out of this, okay? $40, best offer. I'm taking all the risk here. You're like, what the fuck? You're like, what the fuck am I watching? He still needed about 2 months to... nope, I already read this. Based on Klein's earliest idea, it was to first gather information. Didn't that show get accused of being staged? Probably. I haven't heard that rumor in particular, but like I'm sure it has. It was to first gather information, figure out where Ins Zangwill was, and wait until late August or early September before confirming the plan. If not for the possession of the evil spirit, Ins wouldn't have even exposed himself. Even if he didn't use Ins's current condition, it was very possible that he couldn't find him once again, after he exorcised the spirit. Coincidences would stand in the way. Furthermore, if that really were the Red Angel Medici, Klein was also worried that Ins might have already died by the time he and Leonard started exacting revenge. The reason behind his death could be due to certain machinations or from some ridiculous comedic situation. Due to these considerations, Klein attempted to digest his potion faster, hoping that he could complete it within a week or two. Dude, he's becoming a demigod by the end, in like 20 chapters. This is crazy. Samo, I know what kind of man you are. However, Eridus's answer left him depressed. He knew there was nothing else he could do. In 2 weeks, or even a few days, how was he to create a better opportunity to act? In his silence, Klein had already made up his mind. He didn't plan on tying the two matters together. And from the beginning, he wanted revenge on Ins Zangwill. He didn't wish to miss this opportunity. I wasn't hiding it. What a good answer. And he didn't wish to wait any longer. Catching a glance at the gloomy transceiver, Klein looked up and asked, "Back when I used the winner marionette to look at myself, I learned why Beyonders of the Fate pathway will have such a reaction when facing me. What do you see when you look at me?" "I see a pillar and support from you." Are you satisfied with such a question? Pillar, support. What the fuck does that... What the fuck does that mean that Eridus sees a pillar with him? Uh, what? He sees a pillar? Klein had planned on pressing on, but he believed that Erdas would likely be unable to explain. Realizing that the Mother Tree of Desire was likely going to find him if he kept this up, he nodded, acceptable. That'll be all for today. You may return. After the radio transceiver's clacking became increasingly brisker as the paper shot out again. All right, Great Master. Goodbye. Your loyal and humble servant, Erdas. It's constantly at your service. This time, the magic mirror seemed to forget to add a hand-waving drawing. That was quick. That was a quick escape, Klein mumbled, and looked towards the and immediately went above the grey fog, conjuring the world and informing Cattleya that the mythical creature blood she needed was ready. She was to provide the means to regain a certain amount of strength during one's weak stages as soon as possible. Before long, Cattleya set up a ritual and sacrificed an item to the fool, and requested this existence hand it to the world and tell him that the principle of the item's effect was to temporarily borrow a portion of one's strength from their former self. That sounds familiar. It sounds like the power of the sequence 3 of the Seer Pathway, Scholar of Yore. Klein was surprised as he picked up the item. It was like the end of a cane with a long, transparent gem embedded in it. It was carved with complicated, mysterious, indescribable, 3-dimensional symbols and magic labels. Klein recognized 2 of them. One was an incomplete pupilless eye, and the other was an incomplete contorted lines. Could this be an item that points to Sequence 0 the Fool? But isn't it a little too complicated? This cane feels familiar. It's like the crystal ball that the little son used when he prayed to me. Could it also correspond to another crimson star? Klein looked out at the ancient palace with an odd expression, but all he saw were illusory stars suspended in the infinite grey fog. Okay, so Erdas sees a fucking pillar of support or some bullshit when he looks at Klein, and this fucking crystal ball might correspond to another crimson star. What the fuck is going on here? With the fact that such items were one-time uses like charms, he abandoned the idea of experimenting with it. All he could do was summon some paper from the junk pile and record the complicated, abnormal symbols and magic labels. 70 people? Holy fuck! Holy shit, guys! We have 70 people in here! Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. Fucking love all of you. Holy shit. If you're new here and haven't been here before, even if you're just lurking and just have it on in the background, just shoot a hi in messages. Love to say hi back. Yeah, thank you. I say back. Am I fucking Australian? What the fuck was that? We might reach 100 today. I know, yeah, because we're not even an hour into stream. Klein is Pillarman. Oh, from JoJo's Part 1. True. He's a Pillar Man. He's the fucking peak of human existence. Or whatever the fuck the Pillar Man one are. I can't remember. It's been a long time since I've seen JoJo's Part 1. Lone Kingdom, Backland, Dr. Aaron's residence. A maid was inside the master bedroom, taking care of the sleeping infant. Downstairs, the banquet, which had many guests attending, had reached the midway point. It's almost 1 a.m. I'll watch the stream tomorrow. Bye, chat. No, Gullible, you can't. No. No, I'm just kidding. But on a serious note, you won't be able to watch the VOD for 2 days. Zara, thanks for popping by, man. How you doing? Suddenly, in a corner, 3 figures quickly materialized. Leading them was a man in a silk top hat, black formal suit, none other than Klein Moretti. He tossed out a charm and muttered in ancient Hermes, "Crimson!" The dark red flames flashed out. Amidst a light explosion, soothing power emanated, and the maid fell asleep. Klein made his 2 marionettes stand in their spots as he walked over to the infant's cot. It was a child wrapped in silver silk. His skin was fair, and he was fleshy with layers after layers. That's such a weird way to describe a child. He was fleshy with layers after layers. What the fuck is wrong with Klein? This infant showed no fear towards the stranger as he looked at Klein with his eyes wide open, sucking his fingers. Congrats on being born. You should say that to my parents, the infant spoke out. No, sorry, no, hold on. It's Will. I forgot. Sorry, I apologize. Y'all ready for this? You should say that to my parents, the infant pulled out his fingers as he said with a bright voice. Klein chuckled as he didn't harp on the meaningless topic with the snake of fate. I brought you the method that allows you to regain a certain amount of strength during your weak stages. You can now give me the drop of placenta blood. Let me take a look first. How did you know that the method is an item? Klein couldn't help but ask. An intuition of fate, I say. It's like you didn't say a thing. Klein moved the cane from behind him and handed it over. The infant held it lightly as he glanced at it twice. This can only be used once. That's right, only once. Is that a problem? Klein deliberated. With your levels and abilities, you can completely replicate the symbols and magic labels engraved on it, and then prepare the corresponding ingredients to hold a ritual. Wouldn't that allow you to use it multiple times? All right, I accept. Remember, you were the one who suggested it. Klein was momentarily a little dumbfounded. How is unborn and... Look, Mr. Loki, do you think his fucking vocal cords changed in the 2 months since he was in the womb and now that he's like just born? Do you think his voice got deeper? What do you mean? Klein was momentarily a little dumbfounded, but he also seemed to realize something. He had a vague feeling that despite him being here to take advantage of the baby, it ended up as the baby taking advantage of him. Yes. Wait, what? Yes, I was the one who suggested it. Klein nodded. I've already prepared it for you, the baby said with a smile as he spread open his other hand. Not ominous at all. He's an angel. How do you know he can't do that? Well, by that point, Justin, I might as well just use a fucking regular voice, because who knows, maybe he speaks like a ethereal. You do not understand what you do, boy. Maybe he speaks like fucking Optimus Prime. I don't know, but he's a fucking baby. I'm gonna give him a baby voice. A total of 2 drops, 1 for the transaction, and the other is your commission for facilitating it. There's a commission? Klein was delighted as he looked at Will's palm. There were 2 drops of silver blood there. Silver blood? What the fuck? Each drop seemed to have countless, minute, aloof, illusory wheels spinning. His fucking blood, a drop of his blood, has like wheels of fate spinning? What? Just one look at it made Klein lose his ability to think. He felt all his thoughts repeatedly appearing in his mind. He hurriedly shook his head as he took out the iron cigar case which contained Isaac's whistle. He then placed the 2 drops of the Snake of Fate's blood. Thank you for your generosity. Can this be used to make a charm? Of course, the baby said. As for the exact symbols that need to be carved, you have already seen those. You are free to choose a combination. Whatever you get will depend on your luck. All right, Klein nodded. Who should I pray to? What? Oh, Pushkar, I assume you... Wait, Pushkar, weren't you already a member? I'm so confused. Oh, your 1 month anniversary, I think. I see. Okay. Well, either way, welcome back, Pushkar. Klein nodded. I renewed it, had some problems. Oh, I see. Okay. Klein nodded and asked, who should I pray to? You're probably unable to respond to a relatively high-level ritual for the time being. No. Oh, wait. That's Klein. That's Klein. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. Who should I pray to? You're probably unable to respond to a relatively high-level ritual for the time, and praying to Ouroboros is bordering on a provocation. Do I pray to a Sequence 2 Angel of the Fate pathway? But I don't know their honorific names. There's a more convenient method. Who? Klein asked. Empress of Misfortune and Horror. Who's the Empress of... Isn't that the Evernight goddess? What? The Snake of Fate wants to pray to the Evernight goddess? Bruh. Just read everything in a baby voice from now on. But you, Milos, weren't you crying about no, my ears, my 2 seconds ago? What the fuck? Bro, I didn't forget her name. I asked her if it was the fuck. If I asked if it was the Evernight goddess. What do you mean? Told Klein to pray to her? Yes, but why would he tell? What is this, Mickey Mouse VA? Well, Milos is bipolar, I fear. I think he's too young for bipolar to exhibit, no? I'm a changed man. You are neither changed nor a man, Milos. You're a child who's unchanged. Empress of Misfortune and Horror? Isn't that the goddess? That's right. Misfortune includes bad luck. A part of fate, the goddess has the corresponding authority and can naturally give a response. By giving this suggestion, doesn't it mean that in Will's eyes, he has always suspected that I am the Evernight's Blessed? It's just that I didn't notice it myself. It's the same answer I received about how I should get the high sequence potion formulas of the seer pathway. He's even more certain after what happened at the St. Samuel Cathedral. You're not the main man, Milos. I changed my mind. It's actually funny as fuck. Oh, by the way, if you guys are new here, consider joining our Discord. Link in the description. We get up to some shenaniganery. Lord of the Mysteries, questions. You get a heads up when I'm going live. We also play Minecraft. Although we haven't played in a few days. What's happening with the server, boys? Getting off topic. Okay. As though he was muttering to himself, he said, if I were to pray to the goddess, no matter what symbols I chose, the final product's effects will likely be inclined towards the domain of bad luck. You can see Bald Wiz there. Well, in fairness, as much as I fucking hate it, fuck you guys, you can see Bald Wiz here too. If you're interested in a bald emoji of me, who has a lot of hair, mind you, look at me. Look at me. I have great hair, okay? These guys are just jealous. You can also... become a member if you're interested in any of those emojis. So, yeah, consider that. It's a wig. Fuck you. You guys are so mean. You guys are so fucking mean, dude. Holy fuck. Oh, you guys are so mean. It's the Chinese filters, I'm telling you. If I were to pray to the goddess, no matter what symbols I choose, the final product's effects will be inclined towards the domain of bad luck. That's common sense, the baby shouted. Are you still named Will Auceptin? Klein asked. He was curious if he had changed his name after being born. If you like it, you can continue thinking so. However, my full name has been changed to Will Ceres, the baby replied. If I want to deal with the wielder of 008, do you have any suggestions? I don't want to know about 008. No, I don't want to know about 008. I just wish to know if you have any suggestions. The baby let out a loud cry. Well, The corners of Klein's mouth quivered, and upon seeing the maid about to wake up, he stepped back and vanished with his marionettes. Hold on. Will was like, bitch, I ain't talking about this bullshit. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, I love that. Rorstead Sea on the future, which was docked at the Balam residence, his private harbor. Cattleya, who was holding a ritual, saw a drop of silver blood fly out of the illusory door. With just a glance, she hurriedly closed her eyes, despite wearing her glasses. At that instant, it felt like an aloof, mysterious wheel was spinning in a circle, forming a silver snake. This made her repeat her previous thoughts as she thanked Mr. Fool 12 consecutive times before returning to normal. It really is the blood of a mythical creature from the Fate domain, and its level is higher than an ordinary angel. Cattleya ended the ritual in delight, and she took out a container she had prepared ahead of time, placing the drop of silver blood inside. Oh, Cattleya's gonna become a demigod before Klein does. This actually does kind of suck, but if Klein becomes a demigod in the next week or two, it won't be that bad. But guys, I'm just saying, it's not great, okay? Think about it. A demigod praying to a human pretending to be a god is crazy. Don't want watch parties in the Discord as well? Yes, we do tend to do that as well. Without a sigh. It really is the mythical. It really is the blood of a mythical creature of the Fate domain, and its level is higher than an ordinary angel. Cattleya ended the ritual in delight as she took out a container she had prepared ahead of time, placing the drop of blood inside. After obtaining some information on the monster pathway from Queen Mystic and learning of the existence of the Angel of Fate, Ouroboros, she came up with a guess who the blood belonged to. Perhaps it's the one from the Life School of Thought, or there might be another Sequence 1 angel. Regardless, Mr. Fool is able to use at least 2 angels in the real world, along with that ancient bane that I can't be certain of. Aside from the lack of sealed artifacts and the faction that believes in Mr. Fool is enough to match that of Orthodox churches. Even the Element Dawn and Moses Ascetic Order can't compare. The Miki gift? Oh shit. Steamboat Willie's still up there. That's funny. As expected of the awakening of an ancient god, Cattleya, filled with awe, drew a gasp without considering any other matters. Her other preparations were smooth sailing, without any accidents. All she had to do was wait a month or so before advancing to Sequence 4. The Ancient Bane was mentioned? I have no fucking clue what that is. True Creator versus Hidden Sage? Listen, as much as I hate to, I think the True Creators got this one. The Church of the Fool has 3 angels now? 3? Isaac and Will. Who's the third? Oh, Raynat, I guess. Yeah. Raynat. A new high sequence name? Ancient Bane. Oh, control that off in my notes. Ancient Bane. Dude, I was so mad, Khaled, because I think he chose wrong, bro. She knitted her eyebrows as she muttered in disbelief. Ancient Bane? Cattleya, I assume referred to, was referring to the first time she read, and she saw Miss Messenger. Interesting. That's a high sequence name. Oh, cool. Aegon, thank you for being a member a full month, man. How you doing? Thank you so much. Yes, another one joins. We're one step closer to OnlyFans. No, Aegon's already been a member, so he's already been here. Love him though. My goat, Aegon, the King of the Andals and the Rhoynar, and the Seven Kingdoms, and la di la. I don't know. Prisoner. Okay. Oh, and the first man. Yes. Fuck, man. I always forget some part of it. Kill me. It's so long. You still didn't change it to Sharon? Don't ask. Okay, I can't find that one in like a it's in like a fucking dog shit. It's fine. How do I get Sharon beside me? Oh, wait, are you talking about the thing? The 1 month badge, Ramiro? Is that what you're referring to? Or are you referring to the background? What are you referring to? I don't know. Overcast with heavy black clouds, silver lightning would occasionally streak across the sky. And in the middle of the plains, where the river was was a half circle, black stacked shadows outlined loomed. It was a lifeless city. After several days of traveling, the team led by a demon hunter Colin Iliad arrived at Noise City. The badge? Yes, fuck. I do... Okay. Can someone get me a decent image of Sharon that's a 1x1, please? I will change it tomorrow, okay? Get Sharon beside you, IRL. How do I do that, Justin? What are you asking me to do here? The team was a small one. Excluding Colin, there were only 4 other members. They were the 6-member council elder Shepherd Lovia, 2 Sequence 5 guardians, Laguerre and Gonloon, as well as Sequence 6 notary Derek Berg. According to Colin, this was because Noise City was filled with monsters, making it very dangerous. Shapeshifters were adept at disguises, and they enjoyed making use of trust between teammates. Therefore, the smaller the team, the better. As they watched the city in front of them, which was covered in mist, one couldn't help but be lit up despite the lightning. He telling you to get a share? Yeah, I don't do body pillows, guy. No, I'm good. The mist couldn't be lit up despite the lightning. Colin drew the swords on his back unhurriedly and slathered a silver-gray ointment on one and a golden liquid on another. He then stabbed the 2 swords in front of him, and then removed the 3 small metal bottles from a hidden compartment on his belt. Meanwhile, Laguerre and Gondloon had made some preparations for combat. Derek held his hammer with one hand as he held open his other palm and said in a solemn tone, "God says it's effective." Bro, he's actually a fucking Dawn Paladin. It's crazy. He's like a paladin of light. He's like, "Lord, grant me thy strength for me to turn my enemies into a fucking silly putty," as I smash them into bits with this fucking hammer. That's crazy. Silently, Colin and company felt that the consumed potion, the conjured dawn, and the slathered ointment had been significantly augmented. Right on the heels of that, the concentric rings of the warm light emanated out. Paladin of silliness. After Derek used Holy Oath to boost his agility, Colin shot a glance at Lovia, who was holding an animal hide lantern and observing. He then turned his head to point at the perimeter of the city, which was more than 10 meters away. He said to the teenager, who was once again a little taller, "Use your ability to light up the streets ahead. Once we enter Noise City, make sure we do not separate." Username, I did, but then it's like fucking... the fucking format of the sharing image is like cooked. It's like, ugh, it just became a hassle. And secondly, I started stream like right on time. I normally start like 15 minutes early, which gives me time to fuck around. But yeah, I didn't have that chance. A few days ago, I had already introduced the more active monsters that hide away in the darkness in this region. All of you should be aware of how separating will be utilized by shapeshifters. Gonlun, who is a beautiful female warrior, 2.4 or 2.5 meters tall. How tall? What is that, like 7.5 feet? What do you mean? 2.5 m into feet. What? 8'2". 8'2". What do you mean they have a bit of giant blood? They are giants. Bro, god damn, Papo, exactly. This motherfucker's a fucking mountain, bro. Then should we make use of this to hunt shapeshifters? Gondlin asked. It's best that we do not do so. It's too dangerous. Also, it's very easy to end up killing our own teammates or end up becoming lost in the city forever, Colin Iliad warned. One Piece characters, and this is true. Fucking Big Mom for no reason who's like 18 feet tall. A girl worth fighting for. Samo, that's so good. Oh, that's so clever. That's so good. A girl worth fighting for. It's best that we do not do so. It's too dangerous. Your Excellency, was this city also under the Giant King's court? Yes, but it's very close to a kingdom ruled by another ancient god, Colin asked. Which ancient god? King of demonic wolves, the Annihilator, Flagrea. The Annihilator. Flagrea is the ancient demon, ancient god of the seer pathway, right? I have this right? Because it's Hornace's Flagrea. Dude, the Annihilator is such a goddamn good name. Holy shit. Oh. And it also makes sense why there's like it also makes sense why this ingredient that's needed for the seer pathway is here at the edge of the domain of Flagrea. And then probably in the future to get like sequence 3 or sequence 2 formulas or ingredients or whatever, they'll have to go further into the realm of the Annihilator. Oh, that is so good, dude. That is such a good name. Holy shit. Is that so? Derek remembered the chief's introduction and took a step forward. Pure, radiant sunlight emanated from his body, illuminating the collapsed and rotting buildings. Derek and company saw figures appear on the streets. They were either wearing linen robes or animal hides, as though they were going about their day. Upon sensing the sunlight's illumination, they turned their head and looked at the City of Silver's expedition team. Bancy Harbor at night would occasionally have ravens or other birds calling out. It accentuated the gloom and the deathly silence of the ruins. Even the sounds of crashing waves were unable to wash away that feeling. As a believer of the Lord of Storm and the crew members of the Blue Avengers, the sailors were bold, especially when they believed that there might be gold or valuables hidden in the buildings. It spurred them on, sapping away any fear that might exist. They rushed down the ship and began searching. Alger didn't follow them as he strolled through the ruins alone, in search of any marks that appeared after the destruction. As he collapsed, with him wearing the whip of a mind ring and having the blade of poison slung by his waist, he came to a collapsed building. If I remember correctly, this was the telegraph office of the harbor. Klein then Alger then approached and did an inspection. He then saw a relatively empty area amidst the rubble. The ground was parched black with 2 blood-red silhouettes. It was as though people had been lying there, only to be squashed flat. And this had been seen months ago, yet the 2 streaks of blood remained fresh, as though they still contained some degrees of vitality to it. Annihilator sounds like an invention from Phineas and Ferb. Oh my god, it sounds like something Dr. Doofenshmirtz would come up with, and then Perry the Platypus would be like, and then he'd stop him. I was going to say something, but Perry doesn't talk, so it doesn't make any sense. Hasn't basically every sequence 0 been revealed? Fuck no. I know like 6 sequence 0s, dude. And although this had been months ago, the 2 streaks of blood remained fresh, as though there was still vitality to it. Alger's forehead throbbed as he felt as though he could imagine the vileness before the harbor was destroyed. He swept his gaze and saw a picture engraved on a crumbling wall beside the 2 blood-colored figures. The picture was simple, and it wasn't even colored. It was of an armored monster with a squid head that wielded a trident. Alger's heart widened as he felt a tumultuous storm within. He recognized who the monster was representing because the sun had once depicted it before. The warped version of the Lord of Storm according to Rose Redemption. And this picture's appearance implied that a Rose Redemption member had previously come to Banksy Harbor and had drawn this picture after the building collapsed, or it was impossible for the mural not to be damaged. This should be what the world wanted me to find in the harbor. He's pursuing Rose Redemption, Alger muttered to himself. Man, we're at 75 people. We're like at 3/4 to 100. That's crazy. This is... I think my biggest stream before this was like 50. This is awesome. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here, yo. And this picture's appearance implied that this should be... He had all planned on destroying the picture, but after some thought, he retracted his arm, circling around the harbor's former telegraph office as he hadn't discovered anything, and then walked in another direction. 9:38 writing. Everyone is waiting for the end of the volume. Well, we're halfway through the stream now, and it's only been an hour and a half. We're making great timing, I will say. You're just not reading and comprehending it. You're comprehending it, right? Yeah, of course, Romero. Yeah, he saw the mural that of the Lord of Storm. The warped version that looked all kind of fucked. The one that Derek saw previously, I think it was. I think it was Derek that saw it, right? Above the endless grey fog in the magnificent palace, the warped picture of the Lord of Storm, one that's suspected to be left by the Rose Redemption member. Medici is one of the founders of the Rose Redemption. Klein sat in the chair of the fool. Using his feedback, he had confirmed that the one possessing Ins was the Red Angel. In the eternal silence, Klein sat at the seat of honor. After an unknown period of time, he nodded and exhaled. His figure vanished, returning to the real world. He continued his nap without thinking of any plans or considering how to deal with Ins. You're telling me Klein hears that, like, hey, we found proof that the one possessing Ins, who's already a demigod, that you would have, like, a bitch of a time fucking killing anyway, is actually a Red Angel Medici, which is a king of angels, sequence 1. And Klein hears that news and he goes, So I took a nap. Like, bro, this motherfucker's out of his mind. He slept until the next morning and got out of bed. He repeated his habits over the past few days, walking to the window and drawing the curtains. On the streets of the hotel, Danitz, who was dressed up like a West Balam native with an extra hooded cloak, held his iron-black boxing gloves close to his chest before rushing to the square on his right. Based on his previous report, Klein knew that he was meeting one of the local ruling factions today to understand their stance on arms deals. Anderson didn't follow. He had ruffled his parted short blonde hair in a mess as he leisurely strolled through the perimeter of the square, sat down, and wore a funny-looking puppet over his left-gloved hand. Putting on a ventriloquist act for the people walking by. I almost forgot how to say that word for a second. That's crazy. The man and the puppet each had different voices as they mocked each other with witty remarks. It was pretty good. The only problem was that it was done in the Intas language and not Dutanese, so very few people understood it. Klein focused on the Fog Sea's strongest hunter with the same expression as before. His eyes betrayed how deep in thought he was. Wow, the tea is hot as fuck. I can't drink this. Okay, give me one quick second. I'll be right back. Okay, this is the wrong one. Give me one quick. Okay, okay. Listen, literally 2 seconds, okay? Arter, what the fuck, dude? You started at 78? Are you nuts? Listen, no, 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 no. 150 million. Fuck you. East Balam, in the temporary office of Soest's Red Gloves, Cindy, who had long, wine-red hair, walked into the telegraph as she said, "New clues!" What clues? Soest put down his mug. Emperor Rosel's quotes, wherever he steps, whatever he touches, whatever he leaves, even subconsciously, will serve as a silent witness against him. Can I do what now? Pushkar, can I do what now? It really makes sense. We found people witnessing Ints in several places, forming a complete trajectory. Roselle strikes again. Lock in? I'm locked in, man. I'm locked in. From this, we realized music change walls coming in soon. Just tell me when, bro. Chill, no problem. There was a... you remember me in your two-chapter stream? Emote only? No, Pushkar. Emote only is a thing that Twitch allows. YouTube does not allow it for some fucking reason. I don't know why. They should, but they don't. I don't know what to tell you. From this, we realize that Ince's thoughts seem to be contradictory. He often approaches the colonies of Intes, staying for a moment before leaving it. He then comes back and repeats it repeatedly. Is this what Klein mentioned? His actions are inconsistent? Leonard is delighted. As he gave a better description for Cindy, it's as though he's oscillating. Yes, oscillating! Cindy heaved a sigh of relief. In addition, Ince has killed a few Intes military spies and purchased a few beyonder ingredients. We don't know what he's trying to do with it. Which pathways were bought by Ince? Warrior, Hunter, and Bard, Cindy pointed. Warrior, Hunter, and Bard, are those interchangeable? Warrior? No, those are not interchangeable. What the fuck? Why would he want those three? No. Indeed, there's the Hunter pathway. Having failed to find an excuse to get his teammates to take notice of the Hunter-related clues, Leonard exhaled, as he no longer doubted Klein's theory. Next, how should I make everyone realize that Ince has been possessed by an evil spirit of the Hunter pathway? Leonard fell into thought. He then waited until Soest began reading the telegram and handed it to the other teammates before he came up with something. Before he spoke, he subconsciously glanced at Daly. This lady lowered her hand, indicating that he shouldn't be too anxious. Ma'am Daly is telling me that it isn't the time, that I should wait for a better moment. He saw Daly flick the telegram in her hand and look around the room. I have an idea. What is it? Soest asked. Daly smiled. I suspect that Ince is possessed by an evil spirit. She just said it. She'll be suspected. Leonard jumped. Without waiting for Soest, Cindy, and company to speak, Daly continued. Ince was once a former gatekeeper and now a night watcher. His body can accommodate evil spirits and use their powers. Furthermore, he also has 008. Change song when you read Red Glove team led by Soest. Got it. Thanks, Kami. He also has 008's help. If I were him, I'd definitely try to seek out stronger evil spirits and raise my strength. This way, before he obtains complete control over the evil spirit, there will be backlashes. Ins Zangwill will take action that seems contradictory. That can explain what's on the telegram. In addition, we haven't been puzzled as to why Ince has been trying to contact important members of the Numinous Episcopate. And we've come up with various theories. Perhaps he's getting their help to exorcise the evil spirit. Soest thought, that possibility can't be ruled out, but this is a subjective theory of yours. How did you come up with this? This is a woman's intuition, just like how I know your thoughts, as well as those of the rest of you at times. Bro, I love how women can just get away with this. It's like, see the most outlandish bullshit, and then when you hear it, get any lashback, it's a women's intuition you wouldn't understand. What the fuck? It's like a fucking gotcha. This is crazy. My source is that I made it the fuck up. Yeah, exactly. It's like if you're playing Uno and your last card is like a +4 and you're like, I don't give a fuck what happens, I win. Like, it's a fucking immediate win card. What the fuck? Besides, since this is discussion and analysis, we should write down all possibilities. Then we should eliminate the possibilities based on investigation. This will aid us in finding the correct answer. Therefore, we need to let our thoughts wander. No matter how ridiculous an idea, we should propose it. From the various details, we obtained our feedback. I believe my theory is the best one. Ma'am Daly sure is good with words. At least she convinced me. She raised the theory of an evil spirit's possession to protect me and take the risk on herself. On this matter regarding Ints, she's willing to take on everything. Oh, she really wants Ints dead too, eh? Even though she wasn't there herself, Ints killed her guy. He killed Don. So she's like, bitch, I'm gonna kill you. I don't care what happens. After hearing Daly's reply, Soas nodded. Indeed, this is a discussion. The possibility of an evil spirit's in a possession is quite high. I'll report this to Her Excellency. I'll leave it to the Archbishop and the high-ranking deacons to decide the subsequent investigation. After all, who knows about 008? The Red Glove teams led by Soest. So now it is time to switch music. Bum, 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 bum. Wall's closing in, right, Kami? Yes, thank you. Oh, let's go kill Lance! Let's go kill Lance! I don't know if we're killing him right now, but fuck it. We'll just kill him. Just kill him. Just fucking kill him. How? I don't know. Fuck it. We'll figure it out. You know what? Just go beat his ass. The Red Glove teams, led by Soes, discovered Ins Zangwill's abnormalities from the feedback from various telegrams. Daly used this opportunity to mention the assumption of an evil spirit's possession and received unanimous agreement. Is this written by Ints? Or is this written by 008? She claimed it to be a reasonable theory, but she was already in the know. She had learned it from Leonard Mitchell, who has a parasite, and Leonard Mitchell's information came from a source that came from a letter sent by Reinette Heinker, who could have mailed it. Meanwhile, Leonard Mitchell and Daly Simone had already suspected that the evil spirit possessing Ints belongs to the Hunter pathway. A classic quill. Meanwhile, Leonard and Daly had already suspected that the evil spirit possessing Ints belonged to the Hunter pathway. A classic quill dabbed in black ink was writing rapidly on an ordinary notebook, as it was held by an invisible hand. Suddenly, a silent, pale hand reached out and grabbed the quill. The owner of that hand had dark blonde hair with facial features akin to a classic sculpture. One of his eyes was so blue that it was nearly black, and the other was filled with small but obvious blood vessels. He lowered his wrist and continued writing. But is this the truth? Will everything develop according to what Daly, Leonard, and the Red Gloves team have in mind? This is all part of the plan. The only thing that's not part of the plan is Klein. Klein, you need to kill him yourself. Just like, while he's fighting the Red Gloves, you just teleport behind him and you snap his neck, okay? You just rip his head off. In the forsaken land of the gods, in Noise City, which couldn't be illuminated by the lightning. The figures looked over without making any sound, giving Derek a fright. He stopped at the illumination effects as he dodged to avoid facing them directly. However, having trained from a young age, and with the experience over the past year, he didn't end up flustered. He didn't rush it to end as he forcibly held a horror back and waited for the chief to give the next order. Two dark, complicated symbols appeared in Colin's eyes. He took in the streets that were blanketed in a mist. Suddenly, he grunted and genuflected, his hands grabbing the two swords stabbed in the ground. Yes, rip off the neck of a demigod? He'd win. He could do it. At the back of his neck, his bluish-black skin swelled up a little as indescribable, complicated, mysterious symbols appeared. They were half illusory and half real as they crept to either higher or lower levels. At the same time, Shepherd Elder Lovia let out a painful grunt. What the fuck is Elovia doing? As she raised her hand and held her head, vomiting some of the blobs of squirming flesh and blood. Her palms and body seemed to have silver armor strangely appear. "Stop!" Colin muttered. Derek hurriedly ended the illumination and allowed the thin mist to cloak their figures. Everything quickly returned to its former state as Colin slowly got up. He cast his heavy gaze at the Tower Cathedral. "It's a bit different from my last expedition. I'm not sure why there are such changes either," Colin said. "Do you have any ideas or thoughts?" Lovia had already crouched down to pick up the blobs of flesh and blood that fell to the ground, but she wasn't in a rush to stuff them into her mouth. Oh god. She offered, "We can change directions and explore the city's other entrances. We might discover something." She had been maintaining her silence and kept the attitude of a spectator the entire journey. This was the first time she was voicing her thoughts. 9:39. Bait. Oh, she's so disgusting, dude. Oh, God. Listen, a shepherd's power might be really good, but it's so disgusting. You have to eat. Oh, God. I could do it. I have a weak stomach. I'd throw up. I wouldn't be able to keep it down. All the prayings to the true creator in the world couldn't fucking make me keep that shit down. Oh, God. I just throw it up. Oh. It's disgusting. Colin glanced at Lovia without giving a direct response. Oh god, shut the fuck up, Justin. Oh, that's so disgusting. After he pulled out the two swords in the ground, he said, "Okay." The group of 5 circled around the Noise City's perimeter, making a few attempts to enter, but they were frightened away by seemingly normal, but the city's silent, carrying out its daily routines. With the frequency of the lightning reducing and how darkness was slowly beginning to rule the world, Colin took a deep look at the city and said, "We'll set up a small camp and we'll continue in daytime." "You need calories to use beyond your powers?" Oh, yeah. So eat a fucking burger, DSV. God damn it. The so-called daytime meant that the frequency of lightning was higher, keeping the amount of darkness to a minimum. The expedition team didn't object to it. You are what you eat. Yeah. Soon, they set up a simple camp by the riverside amidst a series of rocks. At the extreme end of the camp, there was a huge boulder providing them with shelter, so there weren't any worries about rain. A bonfire was burning with all kinds of strange creatures' carcasses piled to the side. From time to time, they'd be thrown in as cinder or as timber. I love that. We not only do we kill monsters, we use their bodies as fucking fuel. Everyone sat around the fire, eating the rations they had brought. As the fat sizzled from the roasting, Colin from the council looked at Derek and said, we shall inspect the camp first. We'll switch when they're done with their meals." If this were any other time, Derek wouldn't have thought otherwise, but now the first thing that came to his mind was that the chief wishes to speak to him privately. Alright, Derek stuffed the remaining piece of meat into his mouth as he lifted Thunder God's roar. "Shido, you can stay. Just turn off sound and just keep it on in the background." Yeah. After coming to the dark edge of the city, Colin said in a deep voice, Noise City is more sinister and dangerous than expected. I'm wondering if you have any views on what we should do next. I know nothing of this place. Why is he asking for my view? Derek thought. He then recalled the few times he had spoken with the chief while in the City of Silver. He recalled Mr. Hangedman's analysis of the hidden context of their conversation. The chief is trying to give me a hint. He's trying to tell me that Noise City is more sinister than he expects. The difficulty of hunting a shapeshifter exceeds his expectations. He's wondering if there's a possibility of changing the target. He wishes for me to pray to the fool and receive a revelation. Mr. World is a wise person. Along the way, he has already told me of a method to hunt a Bizarrobane easier, just by getting his blood. With the present situation, it seems like his plan is feasible. Yes, Your Excellency, I have some suggestions. Go ahead. Since Noise City has changed, it'll be risky for us to enter. Perhaps we can consider lurking the shapeshifter out. Derek didn't directly regurgitate the world's method, but he did make some modifications. How do we lure the shapeshifter? Colin asked. I have an item that is extremely enticing to shapeshifters. As long as it's placed on the boundary of the city, or even further, it will lure them out. What's the item? Colin asked. He long knew that Derek had secretly held a bestowment ritual at night during his guard duty. Furthermore, if he hadn't kept the truth undercover, it would be impossible for Derek to keep it from Lovia and the others. Derek didn't know what its name was or its description. He immediately took on an iron black box, which was completely different from the City of Silver style, before removing the wall of spirituality. Following that, he didn't lower his head. Instead, he turned his head and opened the box. Inside the box was a palm-sized human-shaped object. A cursory glance allowed one to see the transparent liquid filling inside. This was the true soul body of the spirit plunderer Klein had obtained. Klein gave that to Derek to hunt? What if he loses it? Can you imagine? He doesn't get the thing that he's looking for from Derek, and then Derek dies and loses this thing? We're cooked. He believed that for the Bizarrobane, this Beyonder ingredient had an unparalleled allure. This wasn't simply the law of convergence, but it was also because once the Bizarrobane obtained it, it could turn into a complete Bizarro sorcerer. It would break through all kinds of limitations and receive a fundamental improvement. Therefore, to make the hunting of the Bizarrobane simpler and clearer, Klein took the risk of losing this true soul spirit body by lending it to the little son. Nah, trust in Derek? Nah, in Derek we trust. We're good. Do we get the answer to everything if we read? Mr. Loki, you're so... I mean, I know you don't normally stay for lives, but you're like, all right, let's keep reading. I don't care about anything else. Read. This motherfucker's like, if he was near me, he'd be hitting me with a fucking whip. Read, child. God damn. It's likely to be effective, Colin said. Close the box and stop adding a wall of spirituality to it. Just bring it around with you. We'll see if they're attracted to our camp. They? Derek asked. Do you think there's only one shapeshifter in the city? Colin asked. If this item's level wasn't lacking, I would be worried that it might even attract more terrifying monsters. Mr. Loki, you have to be the highest tier of member to talk to me like that, okay? Watch your tone. Derek wore a look of shame as he scratched the back of his head, following the chief's instructions. He then closed the box, stuffing it into a concealed pocket in his clothes. In the patrol that followed, he kept a high level of vigilance, but no shapeshifter attacked. After a while, everyone took over their mission as Derek sat by the fire. At that moment, he heard cawing, and 7 to 8 red-eyed ravens flew out. This brought an indescribable sense of horror as Colin drew his swords. Suddenly, his heart stirred as he cast his gaze to Derek. On both sides of the bonfire, 2 brownish-yellow-haired youths who had childlike looks were staring at each other. Colin's eyes narrowed as he shouted, "Illuminate!" One of the youths was taken aback, and after a moment of enlightenment, pure, warm sunlight was emitted from the body. It implies we can call you Wiz Slave if we pay him enough? Yes, it does. No, Nightwalker, let me be clear. It doesn't imply shit. I'm telling you can, okay? With a whoosh, an incomplete shadow swept past Colin's sword as he sliced through the fake Derek. It was a shadow, a blurry, transparent shadow. At the same time, a red-eyed raven fell from the sky. Its body swelled up, turning into a pitch-black shadow. Above the shadow shimmered a transparent, ghostly blue single eye. Around the eyes were similar eyes but smaller. Shapeshifter. A shapeshifter could disguise itself as a raven. Just as its pitch-black shadow landed, Derek's mind turned numb as he could hardly move, as though he was petrified. All he could do was watch the enemy pounce at him. The shapeshifter slammed into an invisible wall as it failed to step. Inside the bonfire, Colin stabbed the sword in his hand into the ground and drew the other sword from his back. The entire area lit up like a legendary dawn. I will say, Colin's powers are cool as fuck. This is why I say this pathway would be based. He's just like stabbing his sword into the ground. He's like, Lord, grant me thy light. And he turns into a fucking, just a cinema. This is amazing. I love this. It descended upon this abandoned land. Infinite beams of light reminiscent of dawn erupted, turning into an illusory ocean. It devoured the pitch-black shadows along with the ravens from the bottom up. At the entrance of the camp... Anjin, how's it going, man? At the entrance of the camp, an illusory knight in silver armor, standing more than 5 meters tall, appeared behind the shepherd. The knight's eyes burned with dark red flames as they instantly locked on. He instantly opened up his stride and appeared hundreds of meters away in a flash. Beams of sharp light shot out, dicing all the objects into tiny, neat pieces, including all the different monsters lurking there. It included the shapeshifters that had some ability to escape the Demon Hunter's lethal strike. The monster that hadn't died as it switched its true body once again. But its pure, bright light of dawn descended once again. As the light of dawn turned faint, Colin in his brown coat appeared with his 2 swords in hand. He calmly watched as the points of light gathered above the ground, which was covered in cracks. The black-red blood, which had mostly evaporated, was slowly dispersed. Success. As Derek reeled in delight, he sealed the black box with a wall of spirituality. Colin immediately stabbed the swords into the ground. He took out 3 metal bottles that had been emptied of their potions and filled them with the blood on the ground. While waiting for the ingredient to take form, he said to Lovia and company, I have a use for the ingredient left by the shapeshifter. I wish to directly make an exchange for them. In the City of Silver, there were 2 ways to handle spoils from expeditions. I know, right? Colin was like... The only hard part for Colin was literally waiting for it to show up. As soon as it showed up, Colin was like, oh, I'm gonna make a name for myself. I've been waiting for this. Boink. Yoink. Dead. Alright, that was pretty good. Alright, I'm gonna take this. Y'all don't mind, right? We're good? Good, love that. In the City of Silver, there were 2 ways to handle spoils from expeditions. First, it was to bring it back and give it to the city and exchange it for contribution points. The distribution depended on the amount of effort put in during the expedition. And second, if it wasn't anything important, if it had caught the fancy of a member of the expedition, they could directly make an exchange for it with equivalent items or contribution points. I have no objections, Laguerre and Gonloon answered in unison. Lovia didn't say a word as a form of tacit consent. After the illusory Silver Knight returned, she turned her head to look at Derek. Let's go! Klein is all he needs now, right? Klein is all he needs for the potion. Now he just needs to digest his and kill a demigod somehow. Oh, we're cooked. Pushkar, I only agreed to one of those 2. What the fuck, dude? I only agreed to ASIC at 10k. I didn't agree to Maid. What the fuck? In East Balam, in the temporary office of the Red Gloves. Soest surveyed the area and said to the members, Her Excellency, Goddess's Eye, has ordered us to investigate the sale of Hunter Pathway ingredients in the local and surrounding areas. She agrees with Daly's guess, and she suspects from the death of the Intis spies that it's an evil spirit of the Hunter Pathway. Thank God we have someone who's smart. Thank you. We have someone who's like greater than 85 IQ. Jesus Christ. Will, you want him to snap Insta's head? Yeah, he can do it. You know, you pray to the goddess beforehand, and you're like, oh, thank God. And then you just take his head off. I think people probably hear me say that, think I'm serious, and then just leave stream because they're like, oh, this guy's an idiot. Of course, we mustn't ignore any abnormalities. There's also another thing. We need to do the gathering of information to ignore everything else. We will not delve deeper into the investigation. It's an order by Her Excellency. Got that? Yes, everyone shouted. Move on out. 9:40. Let's go, boys. 7 more chapters. Holy shit. We might be able to do this entire fucking... We might be able to do like 14 chapters in like 3 hours. That's crazy. That is a fucking pace never seen or never will ever be seen again by a human. This is truly demigod level pace. Fuck that, Pushkar, no. We will start volume 5 the day after tomorrow. I'm going to take tonight and tomorrow off. And then we'll begin volume 5 the day after, okay? We're reaching 1,000 this stream. This is crazy. What do you mean close chat? After leaving the Nighthawk space, which was disguised as a private detective office, Leonard glanced at Daly. Where do we begin? Any suggestions? This is when a gentleman's decisiveness and style should be shown. If we begin by following Soest's arrangements, that might allow us to find some clues, but it's not exactly helpful. I suspect that Her Excellency knows that. She's only giving us something to do to confuse Ints. Why do you say that? Based on what I know, 008 has the characteristics of once you know it, it will know you. We shouldn't be influenced while staying on the periphery of its perception, since we aren't sure if it's real name or power. We only use the code name we gave it. But as Red Gloves, who are pursuing the Numinous Episcopate members, having discussed Ints many times, I believe our situation has already been grasped by 008. This way, Ints should know that his abnormal state has been exposed. For that, he will avoid us by creating coincidences. Daly nodded. Soest has also mentioned that the problem in the beginning, however, we didn't verbalize it as clearly as you did. It's still in a stage of backward inference from a result of failures. Therefore, Her Excellency has gotten us to investigate the situation of the nearby district's Hunter Pathway. And pretending as though nothing is confirmed. In the meantime, Her Excellency is preparing the usage of some corresponding items to lay a trap when the evil spirit gains control of Ints and appears. That's probably the case, but I suspect that it's unlikely for 008 not to know. Well, it does now that you fucking vocalized it, you dumb bitch. Daly followed diagonally behind as she said, I believe there's still a chance of success. Don't forget that one of the honorific names of the goddess is the Mother of Concealment. That can counter 008? The church has a high-ranking member or an artifact that can counter 008? It's no wonder it was obtained by the church and sealed under the Holy Cathedral. Leonard's eyes lit up. Do you think our discussion has caught the attention of 008? Daly asked. They both stared at each other, neither nodding nor shaking their heads. Just feeling silent. In a particular room, a silent, pale hand flipped a notebook to its very first page. Oh, God. Why do you want me to take a week off, Calvin? What the fuck? Do you want Easy to get the lead back again? What are we going for here, man? After leaving Bansi Harbor, Sauron's Einhorn Medici, who had obtained a certain object, was no longer only stubborn or only capable of instinctively conspiring. After repeated struggles and resisting, Ins Zangwill and he had obtained a truce, and he had even decided on a limited cooperative effect so as to achieve each other's goals. Oh, wait, this is cooked! Medici and Ins are now... Oh, shit. To an evil spirit of the Red Priest pathway, such a promise cannot be guaranteed to be effective, but Ins had no other choice. From his point of view, this series of matters had many coincidences, but it was inevitable. At the very least, Medici was many times better at creating stories than him. After confirming the destination to the southern continent's East Balam, Ins boarded the ship to the Berserk Sea, a conspirer for a reason. Every time he would enter the Intus colony's islands, irrationally provoking the official Beyonders and hunting Beyonders of the Hunter pathway. Then before danger arrived, he would regain lucidity, cover his tracks, and run away. Ins was basically stuck in a constant cycle of just being chased by official Beyonders, and he was like, what the fuck does this keep happening? It's like the equivalent of like giving your little brother the controller or like a keyboard, and they're playing GTA, and then they only give it back to you when there's like 5 stars, and they're like, I don't know what to do, and you're like, what the fuck have you gotten me into? And then you get away and you give it back to them, and it's the same thing. This might be a coincidence, but the problem is that when it's the same coincidence every time, it's too much of a coincidence. From the perspective of logic and reason, there's too many coincidences, implying that certain elements or rules were in existence. The reason why Ins was able to do that was because he had written the worlds above. Using the Quill of Alzuhad. Oh, that's what it's called! The Quill of Alzuhad. The Quill of Alzuhad. Ooh. Alzuhad. I know this name. This is his son? Yes, the Dragon of Nightmare. I did get that right. Let's go! Let's fucking go! I said that like so long ago. I think I said that to Easy during our Volume 2 chat. Let's go! Read my... What the fuck did you say? By the way, music changed to Made in Abyss 1 at Warning Signs of Danger flashed. Alright, sounds good. Thank you. He naturally allowed himself to switch between the two states of being possessed by an evil spirit and self-autonomy. What a scheming fellow. This wasn't only directed at Ins, but also at Medici. They were clearly coexisting in peace, but they acted out in conflict as though they were relying on an external force. Ins's purchase of additional Bard and Warrior pathway characteristics were reasonable. This was because he was hiding the clues that the evil spirit was using them to seek out items of the Hunter pathway, and to prevent others from realizing that all of this was under his tacit agreement. Disguising it as an attempt to resist. In addition, the Bard and Warrior pathways had the ability to resist the dead and exorcise evil spirits. As long as a clever person were able to think over it carefully, they would notice this and verify that Ins was being possessed. But why the fuck would he want them to know this? After numerous provocations, the Iron and Blood Cross Orders, Tony Down, finally locked onto Ins and began pursuing him. During this process, this war bishop, who had made his goal to become a conqueror, showed off his powers without any restraint. A conqueror? I assume that's another high sequence Beyonder name? Conqueror. Iron and Blood Cross Order. Is that of the thing? That's of the Secret Suppliant pathway? Because Iron Blood Cross Order is like a sect of the True Creator bullshit, right? Yeah, exactly. Okay. Let me just write that down. Okay, one, you guys are mean as fuck. Jesus Christ, why the fuck y'all gonna hit me with the uncle lost some IQ, motherfucker, goddamn. Okay. Showed off his powers without any restraint. War Bishop and Conqueror. Oh, wait, do I know the name War Bishop, or is that new too? Fuck, War Bishop is new too? Oh, you're kidding. What the fuck? Goddamn. Okay, fine. Let's go. Let's keep reading. Okay. When a storm happened to stop his pursuit, he appeared on a ship filled with ordinary people in an eye-catching manner before pulling out a fellow disguised as Ins Zangwill. This was a little coincidental, but nothing surprising. This was because the Iron and Blood Cross Order's belief is for the supernatural to be known by all and to be placed above ordinary people. And Tony Down's unbridled arrogance, often used his own strength to shatter the doubts of others, had extremely great confidence. Therefore, he acted as though it was no problem. Milos, you gotta hit me with Dr. Z's thing too? Likewise, he was overly confident, causing him to neglect the possibility that Ince was also on the ship. This didn't match his intuition as a hunter, but in this world, anyone could make mistakes. This is so dog shit. It's like, if it works in someone's pathway, well, everyone makes mistakes. And if it works against someone else's pathways, well, of course, as a whatever, he was gonna overlook this. This is cooked. Just when Ince disembarked on Waypoint Island, he sensed that someone was observing him, but he didn't mind it. This was exactly what he wanted. It was the best development if someone among the passengers happened to know him. Yes, happened to. You do understand what pathway these two are from, right? It's the hunter pathway. I know, I'm just fucking with you guys. It was neither too early nor too late. Before Soest's Red Gloves took action, Ins Zangwill met with his hand of paleness. Palenque to Siblius of the Numinous Episcopate's Artificial Death faction, hoping to obtain their help in exorcising the spirit. Traces of words scribbled away. That's because Klein did something above the grey fog that made him fuck up his thing. It did get people really riled up in the chat, so that was fun. The developments of things became a little odd before having a sufficient amount of clues. Leonard and Daly of the Soest Red Gloves seem to have come to a conclusion. It came from a letter sent by Raynette. Where did the problem lie? Ins Zangwill was rather puzzled by this, and from his point of view, unless one could directly capture Palenque to Siblius or other key members of the Numinous Episcopate, no one would come up with such a conclusion quickly. I came to realize that although it's nice to be seen as smart, people prefer for the person they're watching to be dumb because then they can laugh at them. So I figured, I was like, I'll try that instead. So it did seem to work, you know. The chat engagement was way up during that time. She claimed it to be a reasonable theory. Where did the problem lie? Ince was rather puzzled by this. From his point of view, unless one could directly capture... Nope, already read this. This had made preparations a little hasty, but thankfully, it was still the outcome he wanted. The Red Gloves team, led by Soest, discovered Ince's abnormality from the feedback from various telegrams. Daly Simone used this opportunity to mention the assumption of an evil spirit's possession and had received the unanimous agreement. She claimed it to be a reasonable theory, but she was already in the know. She had learned it from Leonard, who had a parasite, and Leonard's information came from a letter from Reinette Heinker. But who mailed it? The mod's working overtime when you do that? What? It's just what? It's funnier this way. What? When I come up with a theory, okay, here's the problem. Okay, you guys are at this stage where this is kind of my own fault. I agree with this. I came up with enough good theories at the start that your expectations of me are fucking sane. Unless I can fucking guess the final twist of the novel, you guys are like, Unk is getting slow, you know? Like you see, when he first started reading, he would have got that. But now you see he's missing it. What a dumb fuck, okay? And then on the other hand, I fucking get, I get something and you guys are like, as expected. You know, if you didn't get that, you'd just be an idiot. Well, fuck me, I guess. Like, if I get something right, it's like, easy. And then if I didn't get it, you guys are like, oh, you're dumb as fuck. I'm like, wait, I'm cooked. What is this? So I was like, okay, fine. I'll just be dumb then. Fuck it. Or like, it'll tell me something and I'll just read it wrong. Fuck you guys. Meanwhile, Leonard and Daly already suspected that the evil spirit possessing Ince belongs to the Hunter pathway. But is this the truth of the matter? Will everything develop according to what Daly, Leonard, and the Red Gloves want? After the discussions with that person in the Cathedral of Serenity, the Cathedral of Serenity's high-ranking deacon, Ilya, believed Daly's theory and decided to use a Grade 1 Hunter pathway artifact as bait, so as to allow Ince to fall into a trap where the evil spirit was possessing him. To conceal his goal, she got Soest's Red Glove team to continue investigating into the relevant clues. Unfortunately, their premises was all wrong. Although Ins Zangwill was possessed by an evil spirit, his actions had never been affected. All he had done before was an act. It was done in accordance with Einhorn's or Medici's suggestions, with the aim to confuse the church and to make Ilya blind. And a red glove evil spirit and a red angel evil spirit that was willing to help and cooperate was enough to change the battlefield situation. Yeah, of course. I know it's written by the Quill, Khaled, because it's like the font is a little different, so I can tell. Ins Zangwill's true motives for coming to the southern continents are hunt the high-ranking deacon Ilya of the Church of the Evernight for his advancement preparations by obtaining her beyond her characteristics. You're gonna die a sequence 4, you dumb bitch. Klein's gonna bury you right fucking here, and then he's gonna become a demigod. Fuck you. God, I hate this guy with a burning passion. I fucking hate this guy, dude. Holy shit. Of course, before beginning this operation, Ince had to first satisfy Medici's thirst, a thirst for mid and high sequence characteristics of the Hunter pathway. To keep it a secret, he didn't plan on hunting locally. He had prepared to do it long ago. When the evil spirit's undying nature at Medici's level and the uniqueness of the gatekeeper combined, Ince possessed a relatively high sequence ability of the spirit world traversal of the death pathway. Oh, that's so clever! So he's traveling by ship so that they can track where he's going, and then when he gets to the city, so they know he's in the city somewhere, he'll hide and then use spirit world traversal to go wherever the fuck he wants to go that he doesn't want them to know about, do shit there, head back to where they were tracking him, and then do shit around there, and then move by ship again so they can track him again, and then TP again. Oh, that's so clever. Oh, clever boy. You're still gonna die like a fucking dog in the streets, you piece of shit. But clever, all the same. He was able to head to remote areas and return quickly. He had kept this under wraps. After satisfying Medici, Ins had decided to first kill Daly and Leonard to pretend to vaguely sense the Everknight's trap. He would forcefully counterattack, only to lose his rationality and head for the trap. He didn't plan on leaving any unstable elements. All Avengers that survived Tingen had to die. No, there's one you don't know about, motherfucker. The notebook flipped to an empty spot as a pale white hand grabbed the quill and added the words, "Today, everything will go smoothly." Okay. I believe Leonard will survive because he has the angel, because he has Pallez, Zoroast. If Daly dies, I don't care. I don't care if we have to I've said this before, I'll say it again. I don't give a shit if we have to glass the entire fucking continent to kill this piece of shit. We're fucking killing him. God damn it, kill him now! If Daly dies, I'm gonna be so... She's not even my best girl, but god damn it, no. If he kills Daly, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. You are out of your fucking mind if Daly dies. I don't even know if I want to keep reading. God damn it, no. West Balam, Northern Continent, Kokawa City. Aren't you done with your investigations? Anderson asked. Soon, Danitz replied. Don't you have anything else to do? At this moment, Anderson took out a map and a stack of information. He said with a chuckle, I've already figured out the rough location of the mausoleum. Based on the traditions of East and West Balam, there's definitely a lot of treasure in it. Here, death doesn't mean an end, but a beginning. That's why they have a ton of burial items. Danitz was taken aback when he asked in surprise, I thought you weren't proficient in Dutanese. How did he get all this info? I'm not. But I can temporarily steal their language until I finish finding the information. I knew someone like you had some tricks up his sleeves, Danitz gritted. Alright, goodbye. Anderson didn't stop him as he smilingly watched him walk away. At this moment, the two simultaneously noticed a figure walking over. The figure held a classic quill and wore the black clergyman's robes. Music change? I don't know, is Cattleya just fucking with me or actual music change? I don't know. Start the boss. Are you guys fucking music? What? Oh, okay. Okay, hold on. Hold on. What music? What music? What music? Okay, I'm trying not to pre-read, okay? I'm trying. My instinct is still to do it. When a figure walks over... Oh, a figure walks over. This motherfucker. Ins Zangwill, what the fuck are you doing? Bro, is he gonna kill Danitz? If he kills Danitz, I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind. Kill Anderson, don't get me wrong. I don't give a fuck. Kill Anderson. Fuck him. You know, fuck him. Don't... Danitz. No. I like Danitz. The figure held a classic quill and wore a black clergyman's robe. He had dark blonde hair with facial features akin to a classic sculpture. He was approaching Danitz and Anderson. Anderson didn't know the man, but his body couldn't help but tremble as though he was facing his nemesis. What is this music? Warning signs of danger flashed in his mind as his pupils dilated. He heard a warm voice in his ears. Don't be nervous. Who? Anderson turned his head as he saw the figure strangely appear beside him. The figure had apparently been there this entire time. He wore a simple white robe, and he had a pale gold beard that covered half his face. His light-colored eyes were like that of a child. He He had a genial and reserved look. Dude, I'm so petrified. I don't want to read. I don't want to read. This is crazy. Looking at the quill in Ins Zangwill's hand, this middle-aged man who was dressed like an ordinary priest half closed his eyes, raised his right hand and gestured 4 points towards him, hanging there with a silver cross. Who the fuck is this guy? Is this the priest from the God of Knowledge and Wisdom or whatever that Danitz visited? Who is this guy? The moment the middle-aged man dressed in the priest's getup, Anderson zoned out. Following that, some shackles on his mind suddenly collapsed as countless memory fragments surged through an invisible barrier. He remembered the things that had happened over the past few months. He remembered the mission that a demigod had given him. Okay, I'm not going to read chat. Okay? I'm not going to read chat. Back in Balam, he followed the thoughts in his mind to meet up with the demigod. He followed him and left the Rorstad archipelago in secret. There, he met the priest beside him. It was arranged for him to enter the ancient coffin, to lay there among beyonder ingredients in a liquid filled with strange mixed blood, allowing them to seep into him. What the fuck did they do to Anderson? After a month of this corrosive treatment, a dark red chrysalis formed inside his body. He then had his memories from this period sealed before being sent to West Balam. Just then, he was psychologically cued to not leave until he recovered his memories. This meant that he hadn't finished the demigod's mission and that it was still underway. Everything that had happened before was just preparations. I am so scared. Scenes flashed through his mind as Anderson discovered that while he was playing the harmonica on his street, checking into the hotel with Danitz, obtaining of language comprehension charms of the Church of Knowledge's preacher, as well as the arrival in the northern state, all of these incidents had genial and seemingly innocent priest beside him the entire time. When having meals, he was sitting at a neighboring table. When he checked in, the neighboring room was his. When walking on the street, he was beside him. When playing the harmonica and putting on the ventriloquist act, this man was looking at him. And Anderson hadn't noticed any of this. Danitz, who was beside him, and the people around him, no one had noticed him. It was as though they had never seen this priest before. I'm so scared. A chill that arose from deep within his heart ran from his tailbone to his brain. He felt that the experiences he had been through were enough to drive him insane. Danitz, who had already opened up a distance from Anderson, looked up at Ins Zangwill, and then looked at the simple priest who was praying with his eyes closed. He bowed his head and chanted, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. When all abandons you, you pray to the fool. Oh shit. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck." A few days earlier, he had received Mr. Fool's revelation to handle some matters as a guise to stay around Anderson, so that he could immediately pray to him if any abnormalities happened. Although he didn't know what would happen or who he would encounter, Danitz, who always cherished his life, didn't hold back and did as he was told. even if the abnormalities that happened might very well be him being overly imaginative. For this, he had specially worn the boxing glove made from Grozel's characteristic. It ensured that he would act without thinking so as to not waste time. Danitz wasn't a dumb fuck. He wasn't wearing the glove because he's dumb. He was wearing it so that he would have no hesitation. He would be rash. Being rash, the downside was actually the upside. Oh, Danitz is actually fucking 150 IQ. At this point, Ins had stopped walking. His dark blue, nearly black eye and the eye filled with blood vessels reflected the priest in simple white robes who had a cross hanging by his chest. In his mind, in his mouth, a furious voice shouted, "Adam, no! No! Oh no! Oh no! The Creator's Son, King of the Angels, Ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, Adam!" Before Ins Zangwill could finish his sentence, the priest opposite him opened his eyes. His light-colored eyes were already pure gold in color. Suddenly, pitch-black stone columns were erected around them, setting up a majestic cathedral. The Angel of Imagination! No! Inside the cathedral, each column, each arc, and each dome surface was embedded with the bones of different races. They were densely packed as they used different eye sockets to stare at Ins Zangwill. They were surrounded a cross that was more than 100 meters tall. In front of the cross, a blurry figure stood there as though he was watching everything with compassion. This was a cathedral of corpses. But instead of appearing eerie, it was filled with holiness. The walls, windows, and doors of the cathedrals had transparent, warped faces protruding out. It was as though countless souls were sealed within, preventing beyonders from sensing the existence of the spirit world or astral world. The square and pedestrians from before had vanished. They were kept outside the corpse cathedral. Ins Zangwill's classic quill had already flown up as it rapidly rode on the back of his clergyman's robes. Anderson Hood, his Gehrman's friend, Ouroboros, had taken note of him. And due to various unknown reasons, Ouroboros' appearance here was a development that adhered to logic. Bro, we're making up the reasons! We're making up the reasons! Bro, fuck this quill, bro! Just as the quill wrote with an exclamation mark, light beams shone in from the colored windows of the corpse cathedral, forming illusory stacked pure feathers. Beneath the enveloping feathers, a figure with long silver hair materialized in a genuflecting praying stance. Following that, the figure stood up straight. He wore a simple linen robe and had a handsome look, none other than the King of the Angels, Tail Devourer, Ouroboros. Ouroboros' eyes were momentarily unfocused, but it soon reflected the genial priest's image. In his eyes, at his feet, and on the stacked feathers of light behind him, a supernatural, mysterious circle was accentuated, forming an illusory river like a snake that had its tail connected to its head. Dude, I don't know who told me to put on my best underwear, but bro, that was a bad idea. I just shit all over him. My god. Taking this opportunity, Ouroboros flew out. Ins Zangwill didn't hesitate as he made the surrounding colors saturate and overlap each other. Just as this night watcher was about to step into the spirit world, He saw a cross spanning more than 100 meters plummet down and from above. Was Ins Zangwill dumb enough to think that he could run away from a Sequence 1 King of Angels? Did Int see that guy and think, oh, I can just run away with the spirit world? Bro, he's dumb as a bag of bricks. He saw him, and instead of getting down on his knees like, please, my lord, I give my soul and heart to you, just do not leave me. He went, oh, let me just run away through the spirit world? Is he dumb? Just as this night watcher was about to step into the... This cross impaled the middle of the unformed corpse cathedral as the blurry figure that carried the cross raised his head. Infinite light spewed out, drowning Ouroboros and Ints within. The corpse cathedral, filled with bones of different races and countless warped souls, took form once again. Oh, dude. This is like being level 1 starting a new game, going through the back door of a new area, and you run into a level 85 boss, and you're just like, I gotta quit this fucking game, bro. I can't do anything! I can't do a fucking thing! Upon hearing the stacked illusory pleas, Klein, inside his hotel, was thinking about his daily matters. He suddenly stood up, went straight to the window, and looked at the nearby square. On the squares, coffins were coming and going, the fountains were still spewing. And there was a reverberating music. Everything seemed normal. Here, what seemed most unharmonious was Anderson genuflecting, while a trembling Danitz was closing his eyes. Without a second thought, Klein followed the plan he had formulated above the grey fog. He controlled Enzo, who was 100 meters away, to enter the telegraph office, and instructed Danitz to live beside a telegraph office. To move beside a telegraph office, I assume is what someone to say. At the same time, he took out the adventurer's harmonica and blew into it. Raynette Tynker walked out. For Leonard, Miss Messenger, he likely hasn't left your detection range. Klein took out a letter he had already prepared and a gold coin before handing it to Miss Messenger. Look, Klein is goated as fuck. He already had this prepped. Oh my god. I know, there's like 90 people in here. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here, but fuck, I don't even have time to fucking look at this, okay? I'm not even looking at chat. I'm literally just reading. Fucking Adam is here. Who the fuck is this? What is happening? What he said and what he did was akin to a marionette. He only followed the instructions he had prepared in advance. If he couldn't think of anything else, he would immediately use cogitation to divert his attention. This was the method he figured out from Will Auceptin on how to deal with 008. By doing the thinking above the grey fog, all he did was act according to plan in the real world. And in a particular prayer from Danitz, Klein had used the scene that appeared to observe Anderson, who was nearby. And in the end, he discovered an unfamiliar priest who also felt familiar by his side. Thinking back to the Psychology Alchemists and the Twilight Hermit Order's hidden connection and making connections to the context in Roselle's diary, Klein realized something. He was certain what would happen next. The master of the Twilight Order, the son of the Creator, the angel of imagination, Adam, was conspiring to obtain 00... No, dude, Adam can't get 008. Adam becomes a fucking... Adam becomes a god. Like, what is the difference between Adam and a god at that point? Someone speaks of Adam, he knows of him. He has a quill that can make him basically do whatever he wants. This also meant there was a high chance for Inns to appear with Anderson as the target. Then Klein redid his plan above the grey fog, pretending as though he had never noticed anything. He continued his state as a marionette in reality. One of Raynette Tynker's head bit onto the letter as the 8 eyes looked into Klein for 2 seconds. Klein nodded without saying a word, watching the messenger return to the spirit world. In the telegraph office, Enzo handed over the telegram, address, and viral gold he had already prepared for the staff, urging them to send it immediately. West Balam, Northern State, Kukawa. Ins Zangwill has appeared. The radio waves spread out, sending the message to major churches of the Evernight in West and East Balam. He just bribed them to send out a fucking radio signal? Oh, so it would get there instantaneously. So clever. Klein. My go. I'm so sorry. You're right. Holy shit. East Balam, why are you always active around the cathedral? Why don't you go further to carry out the investigations? Daly asked Leonard. I'm waiting, Leonard said. Daly nodded without praying further. She turned silent, no longer playing a joke on Leonard, as though she was waiting as well. Suddenly, Leonard's spiritual perception was triggered as he turned to look to the left. As a gatekeeper, Daly had already noticed something as well. A Leonard appeared at some point, landing underneath a gas lamp. Leonard didn't avoid Daly as he picked up the envelope and opened it. There was only one line: West Balam, Northern Continent, Cattleya, Revival Square, coordinates. Leonard's expression turned heavy as he said to Daly, "Ma'am, please help me cover my tracks." As he spoke, his left glove had turned transparent. He stuffed his right hand into his pocket and grasped the fate siphon charm. "Bring me along," Daly said. "No, Daly, you're gonna die! No! Daly, stay here! No, Daly's gonna die! Fuck, no, stay!" "Back then, you managed to at least fight, but I didn't have time to do anything." Leonard's expression changed. Then finally, without saying a word, he grabbed Daly's shoulder. The two of them vanished. As he watched Miss Messenger leave, and once he had confirmed the telegraph office had at least sent one telegram, Klein immediately went above the grey fog. He sat in the chair of the fool and beckoned the tyrant card, the sea god scepter, and the silver grey charm. Immediately, he was wearing a papal tiara and a papal robe draped over him with a bone scepter in hand. Amidst silver bolts of lightning, Klein spread his spirituality to the point of light where Danitz was. 942 deities. Dude, I still don't, even with the card of blasphemy and the papal tiara, and the bone scepter and the fucking worm of time, I don't know if Klein can beat Adam. I don't know if he can even push him back for a second, for an instant. I feel like Adam is a fucking king of angels. Oh, dude. I don't know if they can do anything to him. Change again? Okay. Hold on. Oh, this is so peak. Oh my god. Lord of Peak, oh my god. Bro, we're gonna get Klein, as decked out as he's gonna be until he becomes a demigod, fight Adam! Ongen, thanks man, holy fuck, thank you so much. Holy shit. Oh, this is so cooked. With Klein's spirituality making contact, the points of light suddenly expanded into a scene. With his shadow cloak up. Already a great end. Dude, it could end here. This would be so much better than Volume 3 ending. Danitz was praying with his head bowed in a corner, chanting the fool's name. Thanks to this, Klein could see the expanded area around him, and he began searching for Ins. Through the grey fog, everything he saw was different from what he had seen before. In the middle of the square, a pitch-black corpse embedded cathedral had appeared at some point in time. It was dark inside, but there was no activity. Using this opportunity, Klein replied to Danitz's prayer, "Leave the area. Find a hidden spot to hide in." As he spoke, dressed in the papal tiara and dark robes, Klein raised his left hand and made the blue gem at the tip of the scepter light up. Sharp, jarring sounds immediately resounded in the Revival Square in the real world as gales swept the area. It made the people who were spending their leisure time or the pedestrians to leave quickly and head for shelter. Even Anderson, who had a frozen expression, recovered his usual attitude. Holding his abdomen, he rushed out of the dangerous area. In a few seconds, the square became silent. Even the pedestrians who walked slowly without running experienced the feeling of flying with the nudging of the wind. The area became empty again. Then a flame appeared from the Corpse Cathedral's window. It grew in size and became increasingly blinding. Where's the flame coming from? There's so much happening. How many demigods are there? This flaming light instantly crumbled, materializing into Ins Zangwill, who wore a black clergyman's robe and had a dark blue eye and eye covered with blood vessels. The moment the Night Watcher appeared, he couldn't help but open his mouth and scoff at the classic quill in his hand. If a fool like you doesn't listen to my suggestions, how could something like this happen? I'm not even sure what you're afraid of. If you had allowed me to pray to the Lord, allowing me to secretly return to the Rose Redemption and join forces with the Serpent, our preparations would allow us to set a trap. Today, we would be the ones hunting Adam, not the other way around. You think you could hunt Adam? The seemingly dark and damaged quill flew up and wrote on the empty spot of Ins's clothes. Due to a rage stemming from embarrassment, Medici pushed the blame of this development onto the quill of Al-Zuhad. But in fact, it was he who was stopping himself from praying to the true creator. He's saying this. He's a bitch, bro. He's saying it to me, but he's the bitch, really. Oh, God. Medici can hunt Adam. He is a king of angels, but he is dead, though, so I don't know where that works. Be it Sauron or Einhorn, none of them trusted this evil god. Today's developments made this evil spirit's psychological dissociation worsen. It was extremely reasonable. This is the best diagnosis, the most professional psychiatrist. Ins Zangwill immediately frowned as he raised his left hand and pressed it to his head. His dark blue eyes rapidly recovered its luster. At this moment, having escaped the cathedral, he was no longer facing the square. Instead, it was flights of ancient stone stairs. They were leading to the peak of a towering mountain. Erected there was a huge cross with countless angels spiraling around it. At this moment, an exaggerated bolt of lightning tore through the overcast sky, smiting right down at Ins Zangwill. Medici couldn't pray because the other Oh, I see. The other two angels in him didn't want him to pray. Oh, peak. This sealed and strange space produced cracks. The fountains and its splashes appeared in his dark blue eyes. Ins's figure immediately vanished, leaving behind a blurry, transparent spirit. The latter was struck by lightning and instantly obliterated. This Night Watcher didn't have the luxury of time to consider what other lurking dangers there were. He took this opportunity to transform into a flame as he penetrated a crack and rushed away. To him, no matter what laid ahead, nothing was more terrifying to deal with than the son of the Creator, King of the Angels, Adam. No one dares to say shit about Adam. They're like, fucking Adam's here, boys. Book it, no matter who it is. Countless scenes flashed across his mind. To him, having his heart penetrated, the pair of bright leather boots just before his previous death. Dunn Smith smiling at him with a wink of his left eye, and the Blackthorn Security Company, which had been reduced to ruins. The corners of Klein's mouth quickly circled upwards as he revealed a smile. He then muttered, using ancient Hermes, "Misfortune!" The silver-gray charm on his right palm suddenly burst into a gloomy black light. This was a charm of the Misfortune domain, made using Snake of Mercury, Will Auceptin's blood, by praying to the Evernight Goddess. Oh, Klein is like, fuck it, I don't care what it takes, you're dying today, bro. This was a present he had prepared for Ins Zangwill. This was an arrow of vengeance. He said, bro, I don't gotta be the one that kills you, but you gotta fucking die. This was a deity's curse. Klein immediately stood up, stretched his shoulders, and threw out his right arm, fusing the gloomy black light with the little powers he could stir above the grey fog, and throwing them to Ins Zangwill. Bro, Klein hating on Ins Zangwill shows all of us that we're not hating to our fullest extent, okay? We need to hate better. Just as Ins returned to Revival Square, he saw a dark black beam appear out of nowhere. It blanketed the entire sky, making him find himself in a dark environment. Such a change happened in a flash before everything was restored to normal in an instant. Nothing seemed amiss, but as a night watcher who could give others a certain level of luck, Ins Zangwill acutely smelled the aura of danger. Without any hesitation, he reached out his left palm in a bid to use the evil spirit within him, and the powers of the gatekeeper to enter the spirit world and flee. Oh, you ain't running away today, motherfucker. You're dying here. However, none of the surrounding bright lights, pure white fountains, and black tiles had their colors saturate. Ins Zangwill's spirit world traversal had become ineffective. How did they stop it? How did they stop him using the spirit world? The glint in his eyes froze as he seemed to understand the reason, because the evil spirit within him was having an eternal struggle, and they wouldn't lend him power. Oh god, dude, everything is stacking. I love how Ins wrote, today everything will go right, but literally everything that can go wrong is going wrong. The evil spirits are fighting. He's getting bad luck tossed on. King of Angel is fucking fighting him, and there's a fucking and the fool above the grey fog is like lightning bolt. See, everything would be fine if you had listened to me. Bullshit! I would rather die than believe in the true creator. What's the point of saying all this? Didn't you end up the same as me, being made into a potion by at least a Tudor? So none of you are nervous? Didn't you notice that the curse clearly came with a deity's aura? That power was fundamentally very powerful. Our present condition doesn't allow us to avoid it at all. Continue arguing. Go on. I wait to die with all of you. And the veins on Ins's forehead throbbed when he heard that. He was furious that Sauron, Einhorn, and Medici would engage in an internal strife at such a moment. They didn't seem to notice the danger they were in at all. As a former archbishop, as a beyonder who had watched over the Evernight's holy artifact, Ins didn't let his judgment become clouded because of rage. He instinctively believed that the gloomy black beam had something to do with the Evernight goddess's authority over misfortune. He believed that the Sauron, Einhorn, and Medici's fallout was as a result of this influence. Otherwise, it was impossible for the Red Angel's evil spirit to break into a quarrel without concerning themselves with the situation they were in simply because of the quill of Azahol's writing. He turned around and quickly running towards another exit of the square in an attempt to communicate with the other spirits. He wished to borrow their power to escape. However, there wasn't a single spirit around. Oh, that is such bad luck! There's no one and nothing around! Oh, he's so cooked! At this moment, a figure stood in the corner of the open square. He was a mixed blood with parents from Leonard and Balam. He had a rapier hanging on his waist. Admiral Hel Ludwell, a marionette who didn't have any thoughts. After throwing one of the deity's cursed charms, Klein followed his plan, returned to the real world, and made use of his marionettes. He had made Enzo find a corner. He took out the items he had prepared and set up a bestowment ritual, and controlled Admiral Hel to walk into a secluded spot to face Ins. This Admiral Hel, who looked nothing like his original self, raised his right hand, allowing his arm and fingers to rapidly turn incorporeal as they extended towards his target. This was a power he used by borrowing the underworld creature from within him. Ludwell's palm quickly turned pale white, and above Ins, a figure floated uncontrollably. But Ins was once a gatekeeper. An illusory bronze door filled with mystery immediately took form in his eyes. as it quickly pulled back his escaping spirit body. With his level and strength, this was unlikely to succeed. But for some reason, he repeatedly made mistakes and nearly allowed Admiral Hell to succeed. For some reason, he's so fucked! Oh god. For a brief moment, all he could manage to do was a seesaw-like struggle. At this moment, two figures rapidly appeared beside Ludwell. One was Leonard Mitchell, and the other Daly Simone. Daly, no! You're gonna... Daly, no! Get out of... Daly's so cooked! Daly's so dead, bro! Daly's so dead! They had arrived at the perfect moment because the bad luck of an enemy often implied that one was lucky. The first thing Daly saw was the figure she could never forget. Pangs of fury burned in her eyes. No, Daly, no, calm down, you're gonna get cooked. No. She didn't rashly attack as she made some observations. She came behind Ludwell and spread her arms. A bronze door filled with countless strange patterns immediately descended, creaking open a gap. This was a door that led to the underworld, a door filled with a lure to the undead. An indescribable, terrifying suction force came out as the figure above Ince's body completely separated from him. It was a translucent man wearing a blood-stained black armor. He was a young and handsome man with red hair. His face had terrifying signs of decay, and his glabella was a flag-like mark. This young man wasn't surprised about being separated from Ince, so he sneered. We sure are unlucky today. We have already died together once, so is there a need to do it again? Especially when we are controlled by such weaklings? A bloody gap appeared on the upper left cheek as he opened and closed. Alright, let's clear out the trash. Before this sentence was finished, the man in a blood-stained armor reached out his palm and drew an illusory black sword with dark red stains from his body. A terrifying, suppressive force suddenly allowed the evil spirit to free itself from Ludwell and Daly's extraction. It swooped down in an attempt to return to Ince's body. At this moment, a hoarse voice sounded as Ludwell had chanted, Fate! But who's he gonna swap fates with? Who's he gonna swap Ince's fate with? The Fate Siphon Charm, that's great, but who's he swapping fates with? Ah! Oh god, what the fuck is happening? Oh god, they're so dead. They're dead, but I'm projecting at least 2 people die on the good side too. Fate. In an awkward-sounding voice, the 2 spots where Admiral Hal Ludwell and Ins Zangwill stood turned dark. He's trying to take in Medici into his body? This was one of the Fate Siphon Charms Klein had made using the Worm of Time from Pallez Zoroast. To make plans without 008's knowledge, he had kept himself hidden behind the scenes the entire time. Not only had he lent creeping hunger to Leonard, he had also given the Fate Siphon Charm to his marionette. They're filled with all kinds of disgusting stuff, MT. I don't even want to talk about it. Oh my god. Hence, the one possessed by the evil spirit had gone from Ins Zangwill to Ludwell. Admiral Hell instantly had Sauron Einhorn Medici's blood-stained black armor body plunge into him, as his eyes became filled with minute blood vessels. Inside the hotel, Klein calmly controlled his marionette without showing any signs of wavering or hesitation due to the impact the evil spirit had. Ludwell reached out to tear at his clothes and raised the soul-soothing mask to cover his face. At the same time, having heard the Red Angel's words and witnessing his condition, Daly, who had suffered immense pressure, seemed to realize something. Not only did she not close the door to the underworld, she even gritted her teeth and used all her might to widen the gap. What is Daly on? Bro, Daly is on a full-on sacrificial kick. She's like, I'm gonna die today, but I'm taking your ass with me. Bloody, skinless arms, slimy tentacles, and bluish-black vines with baby faces began emerging from the door to the underworld as they grabbed at Ludwell. This freed up Admiral Hell, who had planned on completing this step alone. Taking advantage of the opportunity that the underworld within his body hadn't yet been destroyed by Sauron, Einhorn, and Medici, with the only negative effects on his body being decay, he turned around and dashed towards the mysterious illusory door. Can someone what the fuck? He was then grabbed on his body and legs and arms by tentacles, vines, and spirits behind the door, with his running, working hand in hand with the scalping, tingling tugs, and instantly leapt through the widened door gap as he entered the spirit world. Klein sacrificed the marionette to get the angels away. Oh, he sacrificed Ludwell to banish them. Upon seeing this, Daly immediately pulled back her palm and stopped maintaining the mysterious patterned bronze door. The indescribable, illusory door closed heavily. Admiral Hell, along with Sauron, Einhorn, and Medici, were kept out of the real world. This was a key step in Klein's plan. It was to forcibly separate the Red Angel from Ins. Although he believed that the Red Angel spirit was the reason for Ins' stability, he wasn't willing to face an additional evil spirit formed from the death of a king of angel and 2 sequence ones when taking revenge on a mere demigod. No one could predict what actions a conspirer would take. Therefore, Klein used the basis of the magical powers of the Fate Siphon Charm and Ludwell's pathway characteristics to form a plan. The addition of Daly had allowed the entire process to happen more smoothly. There wasn't any room for being interrupted as they pulled the Red Angel into the spirit world. This way, even if the evil spirit was able to possess Admiral Hell's body and travel back to the real world, it'd be far into the future. After all, to leave the underworld required them to find an exit, and with the Evernight goddesses wielding control of artificial death, she had a level of authority in the underworld. She definitely was not letting the Red Angel leave so easily. Bro, everything is kicking in to fucking put him down. No matter what happens, they're cooked. As for the misfortune on Ins, on one hand, it was a continuous state and not a short-term affliction, and on the other, he had suffered from a deity's curse. The Fate Siphon Charm could only replace a tiny portion of that lock and not empty it out. He could soon recover. As for Ludwell, he had winner Enzo imbuing him with good luck. Nothing would stop his series of actions for a short amount of time. Oh, he's so dead. Such a change was completely unexpected for Leonard. However, he had become a Red Glove for almost a year. He had plenty of experience dealing with supernatural, so he showed no hesitation or confusion. He cast his eyes on Ins. When the figure in the robe, with one eye dim reflected in his eyes, his expression turned warped, as though he was facing his trauma. A trauma where he did his best but failed. A trauma of seeing Captain Klein dead. As Leonard raised his left palm and pressed the human-skin glove to his temple and grabbed the Fate Siphon Charm and said with a deep voice, "Fate." But who's he flipping fate with now? Who's he flipping fate with now? I don't know. Damn. The ancient supernatural language echoed. Following that, there was the ethereal chant of, "I came, I saw, I record." Yes, I came everywhere. Bolts of lightning blinded, silver lightning blasted down one after another as they devoured lightning. Lightning storm. This was akin to Leonard holding a revolver to his temple before pulling the trigger. He was committing suicide, but he also used the Fate Siphon Charm. He would transfer the fate to Ins. This was the best solution he could think of when using the Fate Siphon Charm and using Creeping Hunger. Oh, he literally said, "Bro, we're playing fucking... Oh my god, I'm killing myself, but you're coming with me." Countless silver lightning swept the area, shattering the surrounding darkness. Leonard snapped awake and found himself standing at a spot. His left hand had yet to raise and his right hand had grabbed the Fate Siphon Charm. Whatever he did worked like a charm. At this moment, in Ince's eyes, darkness was slowly swirling. It was as though he was saying, "Wouldn't you get the misconception that you aren't dreaming?" In fact, long before Sauron, Einhorn, and Medici had been extracted from his body, he had already created a large-scale dream in an attempt to pull all his enemies in. Unfortunately, the man with a rapier was in no way affected. He easily escaped and destroyed the dream, reducing its effects to nothing. I guess you can't make a fucking dead person dream, so cooked. As the ability to detect danger, which one gained from spiritual perception feedback, was that obvious, and the possibility of the conflict between the two kings of angels behind him spilling over at any moment, Ins didn't hesitate to create a large-scale slumber effect while pulling Daly and Leonard in. Right on the heels of that, he picked up the quill of Azohod. As he wrote on his sleeve, Ins Zangwill was in optimal condition today. He could effectively control his mythical creature form. Therefore, he didn't hold back and used all his strength to escape the area. Is he gonna make Daly lose control? Just as he finished writing that, Ince's body began transforming. His eyes instantly turned black. It was as though it was tainted with ink. The fine patterns around him began to extend, forming strange and distorted symbols. At his waist and ribs, his clothes swelled as four skinless arms grew out from squirming flesh. They were covered with blood vessels. The arm was rapidly covered with white feathers as a cadaveric aura rippled out. At the same time, Ince's teeth grew long, turning sharp, as his body seemed to be embedded with numerous blurry faces. In the blink of an eye, this Night Watcher was slumped on the ground, turning into a strange monster with 8 legs and white feathers. Oh, he's disgusting! Ugh. Ugh. Go see a doctor, bro! Night suddenly fell upon the square as worms in the soil and the bacteria on the floor tiles died one after another. This was the combination of the power of the Evernight and death. Just as Daly and Leonard were about to lose their lives amidst their slumber, a thunder boom happened. Bolts of lightning struck down, turning into a forest of lightning that blanketed Ins Zangwill's incomplete mythical creature form. After sending away the Red Angel's evil spirits, Klein didn't stay any longer. Like a marionette with a preset order, he mechanically entered the grey fog. Wearing the papal tiara and picking up the robe again, he picked up the Sea God scepter. This was a third act of his play. With 008 exhausted by Adam and the Red Angel's evil spirit separated from Ins, he had to face the Sea God's wrath as a sequence 4. Oh, he said, now we're more even, motherfucker. Let's play. You ready to get hit with lightning bolt after lightning bolt? And Klein knew that he didn't have the strength to directly fight a demigod. Therefore, his plan was to wear off Ince's helpers while smiting him. This was akin to a sea battle with the demigod Quanos Kilgore, who was of the Black Emperor pathway. Even if he couldn't completely kill due to the demigod's potency, he could stall until the Evernight's archbishops or high-ranking deacons arrived. In this plan, there were 2 uncontrollable parameters. First, unpredictable of how much 008 could affect the end. A card up his sleeve was to let Enzo set up a bestowment ritual and be prepared to send Grizel's travel to the real world. By sending it to the edge of battle, Klein wanted to know if this would lure the quill away from Ince. After all, he guessed that the quill was a Grade 0 sealed artifact of the Spectator pathway, likely interested in the book left behind by the Dragon of Imagination. Second, he wasn't sure how strong Adam was. Klein had no reference point, and he believed that it wasn't impossible for a King of Angel like him to subdue 008, imprison Medici's evil spirits, and kill Ince alone. I feel like Adam could do that with ease. I feel like if you give Ince versus Adam walks out of there in like 8 minutes. Towards such a development, Klein had no means. All he could do was pray for the goddess's blessing and fate's tenderness. As the lightning forest smote down, bringing with it intense destructive auras. Right on the heels of that, Ins's 8 legs moved rapidly as he ran out of the area. 8 seconds? 1 minute? Really? He couldn't find a target of attack, nor could he lock onto the enemy that cast Lightning Storm. Holding back his furious emotions, he ran towards the building along the perimeter of the square, leaving shadowy after images behind. Yeah, because you have to remember, Ins has 008, and he has, thing. And he has Medici. So I feel like it would take a little bit. I mean, you guys are the experts, obviously, but I feel like it would take some time. He couldn't find the target of attack, nor could he lock onto the enemy that had cast Lightning Storm. Holding back his furious emotions, he ran towards the building along the perimeter of the square, leaving shadowy after images behind. However, amidst the booming thunder, terrifying bolts of lightning smote down one after another, trapping Ins in the square. Daly and Leonard had already woken up from their dreams, but the light from the lightning affected their vision, allowing them to discover that Ins had apparently turned into a monster, mythical creature form. They both immediately realized what was happening and closed their eyes. Realizing that he was unable to dodge a lightning strike given the amount of time he had, Ins retreated one of his legs, picked up 008 as he ran and rode on his body. An unknown existence is attracted by the combat and feels great pity for Ins's experience before deciding to help him by taking him away via the spirit world. This is crazy! He just writes, bro, at that point, just write the true creator feels bad for Ins and just kills all his enemies. What is even the fucking point of any of this? What a fucking bitch! 9:44, the 4th act. Oh, there's another act. There's another act. I feel like the first thing Klein should have done was when 008 is on the ground, get his marionette to pick it up and sacrifice it above the Grey Fog and just be like, okay, now that that's done, you fucked. On the heavily scuffed and damaged Revival Square, the environment turned dark and gloomy and as eeriness filled the area. Daly acutely sensed that an unknown creature was crossing the spirit world and approaching. An ominous feeling arose, as though she could see Ins was using such an accident to escape. She felt ice cold in a manner that she couldn't resist, just like when she first became a Beyonder. Oh god. Daly's gonna sacrifice herself to stop this, whatever's approaching from helping Ins. Turn up the music? No problem. Let me know if that's too loud or if that's okay. Daly acutely sensed that the unknown creature, she felt ice cold. Back then, due to a particular accident as a 19-year-old, she had lost her family and ended up drinking a potion by mistake. She ended up becoming a corpse collector and was placed into the Nighthawks. The influence of the potion and the wounds from losing her family made her enjoy gloominess and coldness. She couldn't help but approach corpses, often loitering around cemeteries. This made her appear odd, and people instinctively avoided her. This not only dropped her body temperature, but also slowly froze her heart and soul. She was afraid of this feeling. She had still hoped to live as a person. We're getting Daly's backstory like we got fucking Captain Dunce because she's dying. Fuck's sakes. Oh my god, I don't even want to fucking read anymore. She was afraid of this feeling. She had hoped to live as a person. Hence, she instinctively used how men coveted her for her looks and body to gain a boyfriend. She wanted to use the warmth of a body to stop her soul from turning cold. In this decadent and surreal life, she met that man. A man who always warmly listened to her. Captain Dunn, we miss you so much, man. He was a man who always stayed by her side and helped her. A man who became embarrassed when faced with jokes. A man who accepted all the flaws and weaknesses of his teammates with a sincere attitude. A man who fumbled in helplessness when she jested at him. A man who hid the pain and sorrow in his heart. A man who was the first to step forward when encountering danger. She changed. She began putting on makeup. She stopped mixing with other men, but kept her jokes to deliberately express that she hadn't changed. However, she didn't make it in time. She didn't manage to witness the man master the acting method, digest the potion in advance. She didn't manage to see him reach out his hand to invite her for a dance, or participate in the final battle. She didn't manage to tell her her feelings. I was wrong. I failed to do anything today. I failed to do anything in time. Today, I won't make that mistake. With her eyes closed, she suddenly pulled open a small metal bottle from a hidden compartment and threw the stopper and gulped it. Her eyeshadow and her blush instantly brightened as her skin turned translucent. Spirit wandering the void, higher order creatures that leave one with awe, the unforeseeable creature. I shall sign a contract with you in my name. Pray that you leave this place. Behind the eight-legged and the white-feathered Ins, a figure appeared. It was a blood-colored piece of flesh with countless eyes on it. Just as it was about to grab Ins and drag him into the spirit world, it paused. It then turned its gaze towards Daly. Pitch-black snake-like scales appeared on Daly's skin, and within the gaps of scales, white feathers grew. Her knees buckled as she knelt down in pain, but she ultimately maintained her spirit-channeling posture. The quill began writing autonomously on Ins's body. The unknown existence descended upon the square to take Ins away, but no, it was attracted to Daly. Its sense of aesthetics was inclined towards humans, and it abandoned Ins. It decided to listen to Daly's suggestion and left. How surprising when it comes to spirit channeling. Ins, a demigod, would lose to a sequence 5. Although this lady had consumed the flowers of spirits and paid an immense price, she had little chance to defeat Ins, who was barely using the quill of Azohod. Ins Zangwill was just too unlucky. He had encountered a matter with nearly zero probability. It's a good fucking day to die, Ins Zangwill. It's a good fucking day to die. Amidst the lightning strike, red blood, beams of lightning lit up Ins's eyes that were covered with mysterious symbols before calming down. His hands, which held the quill, wrote on his body once again. An unknown existence that was lured into the vicinity attempted to enter the real world. Just as it wrote that, the quill suddenly paused and continued writing. Incoming! Incoming! No! She was Raynette Tyneker. No, Raynette Tyneker was chased away all the surrounding creatures in the spirit world. Holy fuck, we're at 100 people. Thank you so much, everyone. Fuck, I'm so, there's so much is happening. I can't even look away. I'm so sorry, but I love all of you. Thank you for being here. Consider joining our Discord. Love all of you. Blah, blah, blah. I gotta keep reading. I'm cooked. She gave Ins Zangwill a glance, looked away, and left, continuing her patrol of the area. Ins Zangwill is just too unlucky. Too unlucky! Get fucked, Ins Zangwill! Get fucked, loser! Ins Zangwill's rapidly moving body suddenly paused as it suffered a terrible blow. A thick bolt of lightning smote down the eight-legged monster. It set Ins Zangwill flying up as it let out an inhuman cry. In the pitch-black eyes, the blood-red beams spread out like an explosion, turning into two bloodthirsty, cruel, maniacal blobs of light. Ins Zangwill could no longer control his emotions and maintain a good state of mind. He lost most of his reason. The more the slightly damaged quill wrote, the darker it became until it slowly stopped. With a scream that left one with goosebumps, the endless darkness blanketed the area, pulling Daly, Simone, and Leonard into a dream. However, the thunder booms and the lightning snapped the dreamer awake. Ins took a step back with his 8 legs, leaving behind an afterimage. He rapidly ran towards Daly, on the brink of losing control, hoping to rip apart the Nighthawk who had foiled his plans. Boom! Ridiculous bolts of lightning smote down, stopping his attempts to escape. The 8 legs that were covered with white feathers, which had now shown signs of being charred, moved one after another as he kept his body low while circling the square, dodging the lightning in an opportunity to kill Leonard and Daly. With time, he realized there was a problem with the remaining reason that he had. The frequency of the lightning was dropping. The person that kept casting lightning strike was reaching his limit, and his spirituality was almost at an end. Ins Zangwill's heart stirred as a cruel smile was plastered across his face. He ran at high speeds as he muttered in ancient Faceac, "All of you will die!" He had apparently forgotten his need to escape. All of you will die? Leonard could do nothing despite hearing that sentence. It was because he couldn't even open his eyes. He couldn't determine where Ince was, nor use his spirituality to lock on. At that moment, he felt that he had returned to Tingen, back to the Blackthorn Security Company, back to the day when he had engaged Megos in battle. He had returned to the time when he was weak and helpless. Leonard is now going to pray to the fool. He prays to the fool. Klein gives him a paper angel to allow him to open his eyes, suffer damage, but not all of it, and suffer some of it. And then Leonard can help fight, and then Ince dies. Leonard! I'm goated! Oh my god. Back then, he wanted to help the captain and Klein overcoming his horror. Despite this old man to provide help, he quickly fainted due to his low sequence, thus failing to participate in the battle. All he could do was wake up to see the corpses and use the pain of meeting family members to resolve the blame. He always cherished his leisurely life in Tingen, the feeling of not needing to take responsibility as if he was the protagonist. However, the more he cherished these memories, the more he hated his former self, wondering why he didn't work any harder. With his eyes tightened, the figure of the man were darting around, and all he could do was ball his hands into a fist as he shouted, "Old man! Old man!" This time, there wasn't any response. No one had helped him as Pallez Zoroast was deep in sleep. He then shouted again, "Old man! Old man!" His voice gradually softened, drowned out by the thunder. Leonard hung his head bit by bit, his head filled with shame. His lips quivered. Suddenly, he wore a firm expression and opened his mouth and chanted in ancient Hermes, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era! When you have nothing and no one, know that you will pray to the fool and you will receive the help that you need. The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." Just as he said the prayers, the magical scene entered his mind. Ins Zangwill, who had seemingly turned into a spider or some deformed feathered wolf, was running around frantically, dodging the lightning strikes. From time to time, he attempted to attack him and Daly, and unlike normal, Ince's figure appeared rather blurry in this scene. He was almost completely represented by a red light, and it could only be used to determine his location. Leonard was taken aback as he laughed, teardrops flowing down as he laughed. Without any hesitation, he raised his left palm, pressed his glove to his temple, and lightly gripped the Fate Siphon charm in his hand. Fate! Am I crazy, or didn't Leonard already use his Fate Siphon charm? Why does he have another one? The incomprehensible, mysterious world in ancient Hermes resounded as, oh, he's gonna hit him with lightning bolt again. Oh, he didn't use it because Ince had stopped him with a dream. I see, thank you. Oh, so he's gonna do the same thing again. He went, oh, you can do that. Let's fucking do that again, motherfucker. Oh. He then chanted in ancient Hermes, "I came, I saw, I record," as he locked onto the eight-legged monster. Silver bolts of lightning blasted as Leonard threw out the charm and said, "Die in Zangwill." He had wanted to say this for a long time. He had played this scene in his mind so many times. Oh, you're fucking dead. Oh, you're so fucking dead, bro. Oh, you're deader than Klein was. Oh, you're dead. The story's ending. Let's go, baby. The moment the Fate Siphon charm left Leonard's hand, it vanished into midair, its whereabouts unknown. It cloaked the spots where he and Ins stood in darkness. Even the silver storm was unable to illuminate it. At that moment, Leonard felt the surface of his body turn numb, as though lightning was leaping over it, creating a slight stabbing pain that would pulverize his body. But following that, he didn't get bombarded with pain, as though nothing had happened. No, something did happen. A bolt of lightning smote down as if it had bared its fangs, shattering the ground. Klein had personally redirected his casting of Lightning Storm from Ins when Leonard used the Fate Siphon charm. The shrill scream sounded as the rich darkness around Ins failed to dissipate the storm that was formed from a mesh of lightning bolts. His body was swept into the heart of the storm. He had suffered the fate of Leonard Mitchell being devoured by the lightning storm. Boom! The thunder boom deeply boomed as the lightning forest quickly dissipated, but before the lightning storm came to an end, more bolts of lightning smote down from the sky, causing a new wave of attacks. The wrath of a thunder god smote down over and over and over again. As the lightning's frequency returned to normal, there were no gaps in between. Even though there were waves of darkness surging out from Ins's position, they were unable to obliterate the wrath. After a few lightning storms, the blinding light finally dimmed. The minute bolts snaked out weakly. Ins remained standing there without collapsing. What is his survivability? How many fucking lightning bolts does it take? However, his head, with pitch black eyes and red halos and mysterious symbols, had cracked. The flesh inside the cracks was charred black as a grayish-white liquid seeped out. The four legs by his torso had already been burnt and curled together. All it took was a touch for them to fall off. On them, not only were the white feathers gone, even the overlapped blood vessels were pulverized and had scattered to the ground, leaving them at dead height with them. So he only has he's back to 4 limbs now, he's back to standard. But even so, Ins wasn't dead. Creatures that had obtained godhood had an unimaginable vitality. The blood-red halo in his eyes grew richer as the violent aura no longer had any room for decreasing. The feelings of hatred and regret surged in him. He hated himself for only thinking of escaping in the moment and not as killing all enemies. Back then, if he hadn't held back and used the powers by releasing the terror of a demigod, he would definitely be able to kill Daly and Leonard. If he hadn't done so, he wouldn't have been left in such a sorry state by 2 mid-sequencers. God damn it! Ins roared as he threw away 008. Using his remaining 4 legs, he pounced at Leonard. Leonard was about to take action when a coldness felt within him. It was as though thin, long hairs were receding out and binding him from the darkness. A bolt of lightning struck Ins once again, but it only served to stagger him for a moment and drop a few pieces of charred flesh. He continued his attack and even revealed a cruel smile. He's lost control. He's like someone nudging him in a fucking line of a drive of like waiting in for fast food, and he just loses control. From that strike, he was already certain that the person behind the background casting the lightning was at their limit. The person was unable to use any more demigod-level powers. As for Leonard, who was bound by the countless strands of invisible hair, his thoughts became serene. It was as though he no longer put up any resistance. Unable to move, he bit his tongue lightly and temporarily recovered his lucidity, and made the translucent book in front of him emit the ethereal chanting, "I came, I saw, I record." With a resonating whoosh, a terrifying hurricane swept at Ins, who arrived at a pounce. It snapped the illusory black hair-like objects, giving Leonard freedom again. Ins once again was thrown up as he slammed heavily to the ground. His body was covered with deep gashes as pale white blood gushed out of him. Despite having lost another front leg, he still wasn't dead. He stood up again and locked onto the Evernight poet, who still has his eyes closed. Without any warning, Leonard suddenly slipped and fell to the ground. When he tried to get up, he seemed unable to maintain his balance. Even the gale he created had failed to sweep up his body. "Damn it! I should have killed you when you were unconscious and Ins Zangwill cursed out. "That woman is about to die! Same goes for you!" As he cursed out, he hobbled over to Leonard's location, as though he was about to lose his ability to move fast. With a ferocious expression, he said, "Your captain is irritating. Likewise for that teammate. All of you are the same. After I kill you, I'll leave this place and return to Tingen to dig up their graves." As he cursed, the darkness filled with cadaveric auras surged out of Ins, sweeping towards the nearby Leonard. Leonard could sense that he was riddled with bad luck, but could do nothing. He didn't even dare to open his eyes. Bang! Amidst a gunshot, a pale golden bullet pierced through the thickly deathly darkness, bringing about blinding sunlight. Tarot cards flew over, stabbing into the ground at different spots. One of the cards landed in front of Leonard. Amidst the flames, a figure wearing a top hat and black suit walked over. None other than Klein Moretti! Michael! Oh my god! So good! Oh, I'm gonna get yelled at because I'm yelling so much. I don't even give a fuck. Oh my god! Unable to use the Sea God Scepter anymore, he had decisively returned to the real world and rushed over with death knell. "You! It's really you! You are alive! Die with them!" Ins Zangwill's movement speed instantly recovered as he circled around Klein. He was forcibly trying to pull him into a dream. He had been acting, however Klein was unaffected. He showed no signs of falling asleep as he raised his right hand and pulled the trigger as he had foreseen. Bang! Ins Zangwill was thrown to the ground by a powerful impact. The cracks on his head widened. "That shot was for Ma'am Daly," Klein said with a deep voice as he snapped his fingers. Flames burst up and flashed to the side of Ins. Ins Zangwill's eyes protruded out as he moved quickly. He released bad luck in a bid to influence Klein, but it was useless. "This is for Leonard." All the tarot cards were ignited at the same time, like bursting fireworks. Klein flashed behind Ins, cocked the gun, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The pale white blood surged out of Ins's left leg as it broke. His running came to an abrupt halt as he couldn't even maintain his balance. The burning tarot cards, he rapidly cast Flaming Jump, preventing himself from entering the influence of the black hair. "This shot is for Megos. This is for the Keepers. This is for the destroyed Blackthorn Security Company. This is for the Nighthawks. And this is for me!" Amidst the gunshots, Klein kept pulling the trigger and did the corresponding reloading as he shot the demon-hunting bullets. Absolute peak, dude! Oh my god! Oh my god! Amidst the gunshots, Klein kept pulling the trigger and reloading. He blew through another of Ins's legs, blasting open his forehead, casting his roars into a whimper as he fell to the ground. Finally, Klein flashed in front of Ins Zangwill, then held death knell to his face. At this moment, mysterious patterns accentuated Ins Zangwill's almost cracked head, creating an immense impact. He had the ability to resist. He was waiting for him to approach and then use his mythical creature form to turn the tables. But Klein's brown eyes continued looking at him without reflecting a thing. He thrust death knell forward and pulled the trigger. Bang! Ins Zangwill's head completely exploded like a smashed watermelon. The fragments and the juices splattered everywhere. Death knell had sounded the knell for him. Klein raised his left hand and rubbed away his temples. The real eyes that hid behind... What? No, sorry, I read that wrong. Hold on. Klein raised his left hand and rubbed away his two eyes. The real eyes that hid beneath were moved back from their original spots. His brown eyes blurred up. He curled the corners of his mouth bit by bit as he said to the already dead Ins, "This shot is for the captain. He didn't give Ins a chance to leave any last words. He had no wish to know what the bitter past, what the latter had experienced. He then took out one remaining tarot card from his pocket and threw it on Ins's corpse. It was the inverted star card. At this moment, a figure appeared not far from him. He bent down and picked up the darkened quill. This figure wore a simple white robe and had a pale gold beard that covered half his face. On his chest hung a silver cross, as though he was the most ordinary priest, the king of angels, Adam. Adam looked at Klein and said with a genial smile, "Unfortunately, I failed to retain the snake." He looked at the quill in his hand and at the tarot card and smiled. A price is always exacted for what fate bestows, isn't that so? Following that, he turned around and slowly disappeared from the ruined corner with each step he took. He left the following words as though he sang it, under the witness of the spectator. Klein Moretti had completed a grand performance, directing a magical murder. With that, he had managed to digest his potion with enough energy left to attempt an advancement before the curtains fell. Klein, bro, we were thinking like a couple months. Klein then thought, I'm gonna try really hard to do it in a couple of weeks. Wait, is it... Oh, this is the same one. No, this is I've already done this one. Hold on. Who will know? Is this it? Kami, who will know? Okay, I'm gonna assume it's this one. What the fuck? Hold on. But wait, can Klein become a demigod right now? Klein didn't take in the feeling of his marionette's potion's digestion and the corresponding feedback. With a flaming jump, he arrived in front of Daly. The lady was on the brink of losing control and said in a daze, I don't want to become a monster. All was well? Fuck no, fuck no. Oh, all was well. Hold on. Fuck. You should have sent that again. No, it's so far back. Okay, I got it. It's fine. I don't want to become a monster, Daly said, on the brink of losing control. All right. Klein looked at her with a sorrowful gaze as he quickly thought of the means to rescue the rampager. He had considered getting her to chant the fool's honorific name before pulling her spirit body above the grey fog, but her body was already mutating. It was useless. The only way for Daly was to choose to remain there forever. As for the flower of blood, it was also unable to resolve such a problem. Daly smiled with great difficulty. So it's you. Didn't you ask me why I didn't take the initiative to confess to Dunn? I had indulged myself too much in the past. He was a conservative man. I felt inferior. I felt inferior. She couldn't hold out much longer, with the outcome of her becoming a monster happening any second. Klein then replied, Captain actually liked you too, very much, because you were outstanding and young. He felt inferior too. Daly smiled as her blurry gaze saw a man in a black trench coat and a receding hairline. He transformed into the captain! He had dark grey eyes, She watched as he pressed his hand to his chest, bent down, and reached out his palm to invite her to a dance. She reached out her hand as her thoughts turned sluggish. The gray-eyed man in a black trench coat pulled up Daly, whose mutation was slowly fading. Under Leonard's watch, they danced a brisk dance in the destroyed square. One material after another flew out. There were golden grapevines and a rather ugly rubber mask. Under the guidance of spirituality, they slowly mixed together and entered a small metal bottle. Amidst the beautiful dance, Daly leaned forward gently, resting herself in Dunn's embrace. Klein held the potion bottle, brought it to his mouth, and downed it. The ice-cold potion slid down his throat, bringing Klein to numbness, one that reached deep into his soul. He had already stopped dancing. His mind seemed to be lifted, as though he was high in the air, looking down at the ruined square, at the city which had been left in shambles by the repeated lightning strikes. At this moment, he felt his emotions arouse for some baffling reason, as all the pedestrians below seemed to be connected to him by some invisible threads. They could be happy, angry, or sad, making all kinds of actions based on his direction. Klein often had such feelings. He knew that this was the vision of a director. By viewing all participants as marionettes or actors, he attempted to control or guide them, putting them on for a grand performance. Using that hint of familiarity, Klein adjusted his state of mind, completely separating his emotions from theirs, and viewing everything in a cold, aloof manner, to prevent himself from being affected by the play. As a director, he followed the script, referred to reality, and rationally made an analysis to choose according to the circumstance. He allowed emotions to build up, allowing himself to push matters forward and use the clue that had developed. Once his state of mind settled, he felt the potion's power spread across his body like a sharp threaded net. What a fucking piece of shit, dude. We get the thing we've been looking for so fucking long, and you don't even want to enjoy it. This is like if you've been asking your dad for a car. Like you're like 21, and you've been asking for your dad for a fucking car, and you don't get a car until he leaves it to you in his will. Like, what the fuck is even the point? I didn't want it like this. Like, what the fuck? God, I'm so fucking ticked. Piece of shit. Klein suddenly felt that his soul body was connected to his physical body. They were split into countless parts, and without being able to hold it any longer, he let out a cry from deep within his soul. No. His thoughts were diced apart, turning into fragments as they fused with different pieces of flesh as he gained his own sentience. This included Klein with pain, Klein with arrogance, Klein with coldness, Klein with gentleness, Klein who could amuse himself, as well as Joe Mingru, Sherlock Moretti, Gehrman Sparrow, and Dwayne Dantis. His entire spirit body seemed to be thrown into a grinding machine. The H in Lord of the Mysteries. Yeah, I know. Fuck me, man. Not far away, Leonard, whose cheeks were streaming with tears, first saw the captain, who was embracing Daly, transform back into Klein. Following that, he noticed his face, neck, and the back of his hands. Pale-colored tendrils protruded out, as though they had a life of their own. They kept growing outwards, turning into transparent maggots, and beneath his clothes there were also signs of squirming. This made Leonard have the feeling that Klein would collapse into a cluster of maggots the second as they raced in different directions. Star card represents the Evernight goddess and her servants, Nighthawks. Ins is a traitor to the Nighthawks. That's why the inverted star card. Oh. Because, it was said that if you had to choose a card, if you had to choose a symbol to represent the Evernight, it wouldn't be the moon, it would be the stars. I see, yes. Inverted star, like a cheater to the star, I see, or a traitor to the star. As he wanted to do something, he felt dizzy. He closed his eyes and didn't dare keep watching. The transparent maggots that grew out of Klein's body shimmered under the sunlight, producing three-dimensional layers of mysterious symbols. They connected to higher and lower levels, directly presenting the abstract concept of bizarreness, madness, change, strength, and wisdom. Klein's solution was for 008 was that he had already made plans in the Grey Fog and now he isn't thinking, he's operating. Yeah, he said like, okay, you can affect my plans, but 008 you can't, or sorry, the Grey Fog you can't affect. So I'll make plans up there and I'll just follow them. You fucked. Clever. But that only works if you can foresee so much of the fight, right? Like, that only works because Klein is Klein. The transparent maggots that grew out of Klein's body shimmered under the sunlight, producing three-dimensional layers of mysterious symbols. They connected to higher and lower levels, directly presenting the abstract concepts of bizarreness, madness, change, strength, and wisdom. Amidst the howling cold winds and the illusory threads rose up Klein as they bounded together, forming strange tentacles. Tentacles? I thought it was maggots. The tentacles flailed as his spirit body, astral projection, body of heart and mind, and the ether body were reduced to fragments as they fused with different maggots that represented Klein's various thoughts, turmoils, and dilemma. As they wafted between them gently, they seemed to fly up to an infinite height where there were countless illusions hugging huge, distorted buildings. They were either playing with wind instruments, giving speeches, growling, or raving. Amidst Klein's countless chaotic senses, everything around him stacked together as though they had turned into the spirit world. However, there were countless people coming and going with the stars shining along them. It was at this moment the fragments filled with thoughts had similar memories appear. Fresh memories. It was the King of Angels, Adam, praying with his eyes closed. It was the scene of a shocking appearance. It was him using Death Knell against Ins Zangwill as he pulled the trigger. It was when he revealed a clown smile and saying in a deep voice, "This shot is for the captain." It was when Spectator Adam used an extremely clear and innocent eye to take in the ending of the performance. It was of him turning into Dunn and inviting Daly to dance, the closing dance. They were all so fresh on his mind, especially the gaze of a spectator. There was a seemingly corporeal feedback that felt like a magnetic force, gradually making Klein discover his self-awareness again. Klein was like, "I am also a marionette to me above the Grey Fog," and that's the inner side of the... Oh, okay. Dr. Z, remind me once I'm done reading, because I had a really clever thought about that. I'm curious on your guys' take on it. I want to finish the chapter first, so that the people who are just here for the chapter don't have to listen to my incessant rambling. But I have a theory about that. I want to get your guys' take on it. Who am I? This was the question that Klein had an answer to when he was still faceless. He didn't need to think too much about it, as he quickly understood his identity. A person from Earth, a person who had been reconstructed from Klein's memory fragments. You'll read next chapter too? Wait, I thought you guys just wanted me to read last chapter. What the fuck? Or this chapter. What the fuck? A person whose experience as a Nighthawk deeply influenced him. A person who played safe and was afraid of danger, but was able to persist. A guardian and a miserable wretch. Oh, sorry. I've been reading 946 for so fucking long, by the way. I forgot to change the title. It was such a sad moment. But I didn't want to. So I didn't want to change it. Fuck. I've been reading that for so long. I've been reading this for so long. This I'm sorry. Music change Godzilla when you read Light of Door. Okay, I haven't reached that point yet. Okay. You guys are my marionettes too. Checkmate. Strange sensory organs that didn't come from the body of heart and mind or soul body were extracted bit by bit from fragments, condensing Klein's new thoughts, coldness, calmness, spectating, and overlooking. They were thoughts that allowed him to view the world from even more angles and dimensions. Okay, sorry, now that the immersion is broken a little bit, because we were really in the zone for a little bit, I just want to say, there's a fucking 100 people here. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. I can't thank every single one of you enough, regardless of whether you've been watching me for so fucking long, like Dr. Z and Ramiro and Milos and fucking tons of people here who've been watching me since fucking sub-chapter 100, or people who just joined for this stream. Either way, I really, really thank you for popping by. If you guys are interested and you like what we see, consider subscribing, and I hope I'll see you guys again in the future. And if you guys are interested, consider joining our Discord, link in the description. We get up to some shenanigans. Yeah. Yes, Nightwalker. No, I didn't forget, man. I said, like, everyone else is here. I can't mention everyone, but, like, I know, like, obviously, seriously, everyone that's been here, fucking love all of you, dude. It's so peak. Holy fuck. Adam is the greatest spectre. Him viewing Klein's acting and his ritual, next level potion digestion. Plus, Adam is such a high level spectator that he's equivalent to 1,000. Oh, that's why it worked. Oh, so good. Oh, that makes sense. He knew that this could possibly be godhood. Without putting up any resistance, he chained the original spirit body fragments with black threads, allowing him to slowly take form again. We sent so much art. At this moment, he realized the purpose of the advancement ritual. It was a mark. An anchor. Compared to other pathways, the bizarro sorcerer who experienced the fragmentation of their soul bodies required an anchor much earlier. But what is the anchor? The audience is the anchor? Is that my correct interpretation of it? The audience being the anchor in that, like, you need a witness to your life and you need a witness to your actions and they will anchor you? Is that a correct interpretation? However, this didn't require any supporters of faith. On the contrary, faith was a numerous and jumbled affair with too many personal feelings involved. The neutral audience? Okay. During the fragmentation, during this ritual, it easily wiped away the humanity of the Advancer, who was only sequence 5, leaving behind godhood. The grand and profound performance under the watch of countless spectators was enough to make up this anchor. Although this spectator was few in number and the pinnacle existence of this spectator pathway, Adam could match thousands of ordinary spectators. He could even imagine a theater of spectators to create the effect in. With his entire body taking form, all kinds of knowledge surged out from the depths of his demigod spirit body, embroiling Klein's mind and giving him indescribable impact. It felt as though his brain was about to explode. Realistically, this kind of seems like Klein could have had the marionette potion yesterday, and if he did this performance today, he would have digested all of it right now. Am I crazy to think that? Like, I feel like it's so OP. He digested like 700% of the marionette potion. Like, any extra he had is just, it's done. However, with this level of godhood and his rich experience, he could view this in a detached manner and rather easily pass through the stage. The transparent maggots on his face, hands, neck, and beneath his clothes returned to his body, turning back into the black-haired, brown-eyed Klein Moretti. Looking at Daly, who was in his embrace and slowly turning cold, he lifted her up and walked to Leonard Mitchell, bent down and placed her on the ground. Without Adam, Klein would have failed the ritual and lost control. Yeah, but without Klein, without Adam, Klein probably wouldn't have even tried to drink the potion right now. Yes, he wouldn't have been able to use 2 marionettes then. Yes, that's true. Daly no longer had her pitch-black scales or white feathers. She had been restored to normal as her eyes were closed. The corners of her mouth were curled up, like she was having the deepest and sweetest dream. Klein stood up and looked at the captain. Wait. Klein looked up and looked at Leonard, who opened his eyes again and said with a heavy voice, "She has returned to the goddess's dream, just like the captain." He had turned her into a marionette to reverse Daly's mutation, allowing her to die as a human, before releasing his control over her. That's so sweet! Leonard really tried to force a smile as he whimpered with a sound of acknowledgement, tears streaming down his face. Klein gently nodded to her. This might not be the worst outcome. She returned as a human to the embrace of the deity she believes in, where the captain and the others are. As he spoke, subconsciously and sincerely raised his right hand and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion. Leonard instinctively drew the crimson moon as he was taken aback. Klein surveyed the area and said, "Take Madame Daly with you in East Balam, to East Balam. Make it known that she died due to Ins Zangwill's attack and made an exceptional contribution in causing Ins's death. Don't worry, no one will investigate you. Of course, you can take this opportunity to leave the red gloves." I'm used to the church," Leonard said. Klein took off his hat and bid farewell with a bow. Holding his hat, he walked over to Ins's body and took a card that had a chariot and a red priest on it. The red priest wore the face of Roselle Gustave. He's returning a card of blasphemy to them? Leonard's lips quivered as he asked, Aren't you returning to the church? He's taking. Oh, I see. He's taking it. That makes way more sense. Okay, I was like, bro. Sorry, I don't know. I thought he was giving it to the church. I was like, wait, hold on. Klein turned around as he wore his top hat and headed for the exit of the square. After taking a few steps, he paused and replied to Leonard, "I can't return anymore." Can't return anymore? Leonard stared in a daze as the familiar figure gradually distanced himself and vanished. After a while, a few Beyonders flew to the revival square. One of them was wearing the clergyman robes of the Church of the Evernight. She had a head of beautiful raven black hair and exquisite face. No one could tell her age because no one cared. They could only notice the eyes that seemed to contain countless stars within. This lady was floating in midair as she looked at the square. The Evernight Goddess? Or no, it's the, sorry. It's the thing. It's the Eye of the Goddess or whatever, isn't it? This lady was floating in midair as she looked at the square. All she saw was Ins Zangwill's sorry corpse that could hardly be recognized. Covering his cracked head was a commonly seen tarot card, the Star. I almost forgot. Okay, I almost got there. Shut up. Don't judge me. I almost got there. Fuck you. Above the grey fog, Klein placed the Red Priest card with his left hand and closed his eyes to rest. He had a basic grasp and understanding of the Bizarro sorcerer's powers. On one hand, he could transform into animals that weren't too disparate in size. In a spirit body state, he could completely ignore this point. He could transfer wounds from either himself or others onto paper figurines. That's goated and woated. He doesn't just have to minimize damage now. He can just get rid of it altogether. He gets hit, paper figurine. And now he can probably hold like 50 paper figurines. Godzilla, when you read the Door of Light. Where's the Door of Light? Oh, yes. Akami, I got it. Yeah, I got it. There's no author notes for Volume 4? Really? Ah, interesting. He had also gained an enhancement of Flaming Jump, which now spanned nearly a kilometer. The might of the air bullet had reached that of a cannon. Bro, imagine I think not translated. Oh, I see. Okay. Bro, so Klein could sit aback, as mid sequencers are like running to attack him, and he could go pew 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 and be hitting them with cannon fire. On the other hand, he could now obtain initial control of one spirit body threads in 3 seconds. Oh, that is crazy. And he could turn a target into a marionette in 15 seconds? Bro, we lost a marionette, but we can get a sequence 5 marionette like this. You just walk close to someone, and you just go, and you just say, what the fuck are you gonna do? What the fuck are you gonna do about it? Weird question. Okay, sorry. We've already broken all sense of fucking immersion at this point, so I have to ask. What happens if Klein, as a demigod, gets... Let's say if he can make 3 marionettes now. I don't know how many he can make. He can probably make 5, but let's say he can get 3. What if he gets 3 marionettists as a marionette? And then he can control, and then they get 3 more, and then they get 9 marionettes. He could create an army. At the same time, he could switch spirit body threads, allowing his marionette to obtain all his Beyonder powers. Within 1,000 meters, he could switch locations with his marionette if he wished. That's really good. That's really good. At that point, I would probably want to get a sequence 9 or 8 or maybe 7, a little bit, just for survivability. Get a sequence 7 marionette. So that if I'm fighting someone who's like a mid-sequence Beyonder, I would love to use them. So like that the sequence 6 or 5 Beyonder would be like, oh, this guy's weak as fuck, right? So, and then so you approach with that sequence 7 marionette, and then just as the sequence 7's about to die, you switch positions, and then a demigod pops up and he's like, sup, bitch, fuck you thought this was? Oh, shit. Oh, cooked. I would do it just to fuck with people. I'm a bad person. I would want you to die with an air of pure hopelessness. You're like, but he was merely sequence 7. Yes, Klein hasn't been a demigod for 3 seconds. I'm already looking at bullied mid-sequence beyonders. I'm such a bad person. Oh god. Just for the fun of it. Yeah, I do it for the I do it for the love of the game, Zaza. Don't even worry about it. Oh god. Okay. Due to this point and the maggots he separated as a mythical creature form, as well as the disguise from the spirit body threads, Klein obtained a higher level of body doubles. This meant that as long as one of his marionettes was alive, a marionette sorcerer would never die. What? Sorry, can someone explain that to me? So if someone, let's say, if Klein's real body dies, but one of his marionettes is alive, Klein can switch his body to them and be alive? He can just, yes? He is his... and just to confirm, he keeps his Beyonder powers, even if he switches marionettes. Like if, let's say, he dies, one of his marionettes is alive, he switches to his marionettes, he still keeps the power of a Bizarro Sorcerer. He doesn't, like, become the whatever sequence they are. As long as... Demigod is that... That is broken as fuck. So wait, you're telling me Klein has all his marionettes as, like, body doubles, because he can survive through them, and if someone manages to kill Klein and all his marionettes, he resurrects anyway. What is even the point? What is even the point? After confirming his state, the enemy would find it difficult to know if one had killed a Bizarro Sorcerer or a marionette. What was real and what wasn't difficult was hard to determine. Demigods are so strong! That's insane! After confirming his state and resting for a moment, Klein immediately walked into the depths of the mysterious space above the grey fog. He led to the staircase form of light that seemed to lead to heaven. As he expected, there was another step, one formed of light. This time, Klein believed that he could use the 6th step. Music! I got it. I did not remember at all. You guys need to tell me. Bro, this is ominous music. What the fuck do you mean? What is in here? Are we gonna get some fucking reveal? This time, Klein believed that he could use the 6th step that resembled a giant's to step onto the condensed grey fog cloud. 1 step, 2, 3. He came to the end and with a leap stepped onto the cloud formed with the grey fog. Reflecting in his eyes was a door of light tainted with bluish-black luster. It was formed from countless layers of spherical light, and each spherical light enveloped squirming maggots. Some were transparent and others translucent. This was the scene Klein had seen through Enzo's eyes, but the objects were blurry, as though something was obstructing his vision. In addition, above the door of light, there was a thin black thread hanging down. They were hanging up what seemed like an incompletely transparent cocoons. These cocoons were gently swaying, wrapping different souls. This is akin to the people hanging in the cathedral. I mean, those were people and these are cocoons, but it seems like a one-to-one. They seem to be of all descents: African, Asian, Caucasian. Wait, these are transmigrators! It didn't say Lone Kingdom or Southern Kingdom. It said African, Asian, Caucasian. Some were wearing jeans, others holding cell phones. Some had beautiful clothes, others having beautiful facial features. All of them had the aura as if they were living, but their eyes were closed. Klein's gaze froze as though he had returned to Earth and had walked onto the street filled with people. Then he noticed that 3 cocoons had opened up. They were empty and swaying with the wind. Raising his head, Klein took in the sight as he observed in silence. Fuck, this is the end of the volume? You ended here? Cuttlefish, you bitch! What? You ended here? Do I read it? Do I read one more chapter? Do I read another chapter? What the fuck do you mean you ended here? This guy's a fucking Satan spawn. He ends. Okay, you know what? No, let's do. Okay, you know what? Let's do a divination. Fuck it. You know what? I don't know who said divination, but pendulum divination. Karen Ball. Thank you, dude. Okay, we're doing a divination. No, fuck it. We're doing a divination. Okay, we're doing a divination. If it turns out that if it turns positive, then we're reading one more chapter. Just one more. Okay, one more. No, fuck you guys. We're doing a divination. Shut up. I have to know. I have to know. I can't not know. And Ramiro, you know what? Just for you, my boy, you did such a great job today. Just for you, my boy, we're doing a 2 million. We're doing a 2 million coin divination. We're doing a 2 million divination. Fuck off. I don't care. No, please, let it be positive. Is that 2 million? I think that's 2 million. What? Fuck off. Fuck off. What is happening? Oh, you bitch. What do you want? Fucking alerts. Fuck you. I don't care. Happy? God. Please be positive. I have to know. Evernight Goddess, grant me thy serenity. I should read one more chapter this stream. Let's go! Oh my god! Praise the lady! Praise the lady, boys! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Why must I suffer? It was positive, Dr. Z. We're reading one more chapter, baby! By the way, Wiz, can you turn the music a little louder? Oh shit, bro. Do you want to do artwork first? Okay, let's do artwork first. Fuck it. Okay, we'll do artwork first. Fuck, how much artwork? Do artwork and thoughts. Okay, yeah, let's do artwork first, and then I'll read one more chapter. Oh my god, this is adorable! Okay, this is amazing. We can do this. We can do this. Oh my god. Milos, thank you. We can do this. We can do this one. This is amazing. This one's also good. This is adorable! Will Auceptin! This is amazing! The sheer aura. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't even... You guys can't see this. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. This is amazing for members. This is amazing. This is adorable. That one. Or this one. I found this adorable too. We can do this one too. Oh god, this is amazing. These ones you guys can vote on. I'm okay with any of them. I mean, even this one's really cute. Whatever. Oh my god, Will Auceptin, the sheer aura. Queen, you can't hit me with the unk. I know. Hold on. Oh my god, hold on. How much art did you send? Ramiro, we were just talking about this yesterday. It's Adam. We were talking about this yesterday. Oh my god. It's amazing. Oh, that's amazing. I was asking Ramiro what his profile pic was yesterday, and he was like, oh, it's something not Lord of the Mysteries. And I was like, really? That's so fucking weird. Ramiro doesn't have a Lord of the Mysteries profile pic? Oh, that's fucking hilarious. Oh, Dr. Z, yes. Okay. My theory about the digestion of the marionette potion was that the internal part was that you have to follow your own plan, which means once you set up a plan, you become the marionette of your past self. Like once you make a plan, you stick to it. You, in the moment, follow the plan that past you made. Like a character following a script. Or an actor following a script, rather, is a better phrase, right? But then your marionettes exist for you to fiddle with the plan. If you in the moment realize that your past plan needs some adjustments, you don't change your plan. You make the marionettes do what's needed to make the plan work. The marionettes become a marionette of current you, and you become a marionette of past you. Does that... I feel like that's a really good way to internalize it. How's that? As expected of a seer? Thank you, madam. My god, this... Oh my god, I never expected that to be Adam. I thought that was the fucking priest Danitz met in the fucking church. I was so wrong. This man is just a holy, pious man. He's a fucking... What do you think of the cocoons? I have a theory about that too, Samo. I will talk about it, okay? I know this is such a pious man. There's no drip to it. I mean, there's a kind of calm, chill drip to it, but there's no like real drip. You know what I mean? Like he's not walking around fucking yoinked out of his fucking skull. He's just chilling. You know, he has that humble drip about him. By the way, okay, in this, okay, fuck, you guys are gonna hate me. I don't care. But in this image in particular, kind of Cal Kestis. Little bit. The hair is short, yes. But crazy. Cal Kestis. A little bit. Someone. What do you mean that looks the same? What are you talking about? That's it. Thank you, Khaled. Thank you. You're yapping, JT. God damn. That was great. Okay, That was a 1-to-1. That was great. It's like, what the fuck is this? After the ending, dude, it is volume 4 winning by a landslide. It is not even funny. Volume 4 is like a hop, skip, and a jump away from 3. And 3 was amazing. I loved 3. What the fuck? I don't know what this is. Oh my god, this is see, like there's no like drip, there's no like, oh, I'm this, I'm that, you know? He's like, I am a pious believer of the Lord. I await my father's return. Like what a good humble son. Hey, look, this looks amazing, dude. Oh my god. See this? Bad. This is horrible. This guy looks like he would do your taxes. Bad, might I even add. He would do your taxes, and you would have to pay like an extra $3 grand. You'd be like, are you sure? Like, I thought I wouldn't have to. No. See, the tax code changed this year. Like this guy, he looks horrible. He would skim off the top of your taxes. This motherfucker. This looks nice. This is very drippy though. This doesn't match the previous him. Remember I told you Volume 4 starts out boring and then becomes peak? I was right. I don't even necessarily agree with that, Dr. Z. I don't even find it boring. Don't you do taxes? I do taxes. I'm an accountant by trade. I don't want to talk about it. Oh, this is amazing. With the beard, I could also do this. I could also do Adam cosplay. I like to think my hair is somewhat of a similar. I'd have to style it a little differently, but I could stylistically get it similar. And then, well, maybe not to that. Well, I guess unless he has long hair. I don't have long. I mean, unless I grew out my hair for that reason. I could do this version, but this one looks horrible, you know, so no, never mind. Yeah, he has longer hair, so that wouldn't work, no. Please say your theory about cocoons. Oh, no, I'm gonna keep you awake, Dr. Z. I'll say it after the artwork. Love you. That's so sweet. At least she got something, you know? Change your wig to blonde? I mean, I guess I could dye my hair. Bro, no, I can't. No, I'm starting work. I can't dye my hair. I'm gonna look cooked if I have blonde hair. No, oh, I have to go. Oh, I'm starting work. Fuck. That's sweet. They got at least somewhat of a happy ending. Fucking Christ, Romero. I've been thinking for so long, and that's what it was. Do you have... good for you. Buy a Trump wig? That's nice. This is very nice. Bro is gonna scare every client with the blonde wig. You can't even... Nah, dude, I can't. Alright. Bye, Dr. Z. Alright, if you want to wait, then I will... Okay, Okay. My theory about the cocoon. She's stayed for the whole stream. I don't want to be that mean, okay? My theory about the cocoons is that the cocoons represent all of the transmigrators to this world. There's 3, because I would assume there's 3 current transmigrators. That's my guess. I don't know if that's true, but because all of them have like earth clothing and stuff, I feel like if Klein went there and looked, one of the cocoons would have been his that's empty. She was there. You were here the whole time. I'm not going to be that mean, Dr. C. It's all good. You have a good night's sleep. Thank you for staying for so fucking long. Seriously, anyone who's here and has to leave now to do whatever, I totally get it. Thank you so much for staying so fucking long, guys. Seriously, love every single one of you, and I hope I'll catch y'all in the Discord sometime or in one of the lives in the future. Thanks, guys. Who do you think the third was? I don't know. The second was Samo. What is your question? Oh, no, wait. Roselle, Klein, Evernight Goddess. 3 would work. 3 would work. 3 would work. Yeah, shut up. Sorry, people. I forgot for a second. Oh man, this is beautiful art. This does not look like them at all. I appreciate the art, don't get me wrong. It's 1:20, I'm gonna go to sleep soon. No worries, Zaza. This is beautiful. This is beautiful. You still on that Evernight theory? Yes, sir. Unless I get some dispositive evidence. Oh my god, this is beautiful. I wouldn't even mind putting this as my, I wouldn't even mind putting this as my background in the future. But I'm sure that we'll get some better stuff. But this is beautiful. Why Evernight? Your only basis that she wants gender equality? Wrong. It's not that she wants gender equality. It's that she wants more... I can't remember what the phrasing was, but the phrase was something like more common encounters between the genders or something. I can't remember. It was like an interesting phrase that made me think, huh. By the way, read the details on the ticket in the second fan art I sent. Read the details on the ticket? Oh, sure. This one? Yes. Director. Adam, blurred out. Very clever. Very good. You don't want men and women to be friends? Yes, that's what you should get out of that username. You should get that I don't think men and women... Lord of Storms believer, yeah. That's what you get out of that. Drama, death, love. It's funny that it's set in the right order. Drama, like the drama between the two of them. Death, both of theirs. And then... Or death, Duns. And then love in that form of like that dance. Starring D. Sir D. Miss. I don't know what that refers to. Audience, Klein scratched out Leonard. Very, very clever. Thank you. Thank you, Zakiu. This is... By the way, this fucking music is amazing. What the fuck? Oh my god, this is beautiful. Mrs. Daly, Mr. Don. Oh, I see. That artwork was amazing. Even that's so beautiful. And they look like slightly transparent because they're entering the Evernight Goddess's domain or whatever. Oh, that's so sweet. Oh, entering the goddess's dream. Don't forget my DMs. I mostly send videos. I'll check those out too, username. Wedding, 6:30. Damn, too bad it didn't happen. Adam. So the high sequencer Anderson met was Adam. Yeah. Didn't. Wow. But how did Adam know? How did Adam know to tell Anderson to stay close to Danitz? How did he know that Danitz was going to be the kicking off point? Devil shows up now. Ah, the scales. Oh, my love. He is him. That was beautiful. Oh, was that improv? You go to improv class? Adam just built different or something. Aw, this is so adorable. I would love to have this as like an emoji, but we don't get enough. But we don't get enough nice stuff happening or like lovey-dovey stuff happening in Lord of the Mysteries to warrant it. But this would be a cute emote to have. Beautiful. In the goddess's loving embrace. Add it to Discord? Oh, that is true. We will add it. Oh, we can add it to the Discord. This is true. We have so many emotes. I don't even know. We can basically add like limitless emojis to the Discord now because we have 3. Because we have because we're at level 3, so it literally doesn't even matter. I haven't slept yet. Jesus Christ, guy, no worries, man. Have a good night. Oh my god, if this is a high enough quality, can we put this in the background? We can add like 200, yeah, exactly. We have like infinite emojis, basically. Can I add this as the background? This is beautiful too. Man, it's so depressing and sad, Jesus. Official art? See, this looks like a pious believer in the Lord. He would sit there and he would be like, it's Osat? Oh, nice, okay, of course it is. He's such a pious believer. He's like, yes, my son, can I interest you in following my plans to the letter? This is, oh god. This is some fucking, good god, this is some fucking, oh Jesus, get this away. Oh my god. This is for the captain. Why is Klein doing the power pose like he's a fucking like he's a Wonder Woman? What the fuck? Oh yes, I did see this. Oh yes, you're right, Justin. I did see this. Yes, I got spoiled on this. Someone sent someone sent this a while, but yes, you're right. I did get spoiled on this. Oh my god, you're right. Imagine the buffs when he digests this potion. I don't... Dude, even just the sheer... Wind Valley, yes it was. Even just the sheer existence of the fact that if someone kills one of his... kills him, as long as a marionette's alive, he's chilling. Just one spoiler Osat art for you? Just one more Osat art for Lord of the Mysteries? You're telling me nothing worthy enough happens in the next 600 chapters that warrants a Osat art? That's depressing. That's sad. Man, it's gone downhill. It's going downhill from here, eh? No, I'm just kidding. Jesus, that is terrifying. Jesus Christ, what a... You look horrifying. I think I remember this artist. This artist has like a very peculiar style. Peculiar in a really good way. I'm not shitting on anyone, I want to be really clear. But like this artist made one for the ending of volume 2, I think, where like Klein was doing a flame jump and there was like flames at his bottom. Oh, they have a very good style. Like I love all their art too. It's so well done. Like even just this, Klein, Gehrman. No, Klein, Sherlock, Gehrman, Dwayne. Leonard, what I assume is 017. Is that fucking Alger? Who is that? Or, oh, Azek maybe. Maybe Azek. I don't know who that is. Volume 8 and 6. Oh, same thing with this guy. I've seen all the other ones too. This is amazing. Also really, really well done. This one is so... The style is so interesting. Very undying. A bestowment or a curse. By the way, has someone can someone confirm or deny there's no a rating for this volume? It was the best volume so far, dude. Whatever my highest rating was before, I think it was like an 11. Bro, I'm actually gonna have to revamp my ratings because the ratings are cooked. Like, I keep rating everything an 11. At that point, it doesn't mean anything. My rating system is fucking fried. Like, whatever my last rating system was in, like, a plus 30 or plus 5. I don't know. Something like plus a lot. Like, it deserves... The cocoons. Oh, God. If I was a bit below the last 3... This is so good, man. What about... This is awesome, too. See? Give it a 15. Yeah, we can give it a 15, but I'm going to have to reset my... I feel like the only way I'm going to be able to rate it is after I'm finished Lord of the Mysteries, because then I'll be able to know, like, okay, this is my favorite, so this is a 10, and then I can adjust, rank order them based on that, because otherwise it's like a moving scale. It doesn't even mean anything. Will Auceptin, of course, I already saw this, but the sheer aura, dude. Bro, okay, take this child away from their parents. Who is giving a baby this small? This baby is like 2 days old. Of ice cream, it'll give them diabetes forever. This is crazy. Their system is not set up to handle that much sugar yet. This is crazy. These ones are adorable. Oh my god. I'm gonna probably end up... We can vote on this, but I was thinking we'd add this one as the 2-month thing. 2-month badge. What about tomorrow? Is... Oh, yes, we can do a tier list. Yes, we won't read tomorrow. We can do a tier list. I want to take the day off because I don't want to read tomorrow. Just take the day off to digest everything. But, man. Ah, beautiful. Klein is so nice. He even fixed Dunn's receding hairline. He gave him just a good hairline. Ah, that's so clever. Just 2 marionettes. Yes, username has sent me this. I did see this. Aw, that's so sweet. Fading away. Adam in the Corpse Cathedral. What tier list? I think I'm going to do what Easy did and tier list all the Lord of the Mysteries characters. I'm going to have to I might just yoink the list he used and then add the ones from Volume 4, because I don't even know where he made that list, bro. That's crazy. Sharon. My queen. We can't use this one for Wallflower as much. Oh, well, I guess I can. If you're okay with this one, because it has to be a 1-to-1 ratio, so I can crop this one. If you guys prefer this one, I'm fine with this too. Ouroboros. Damn, you sneaky little bitch. You got away. Worshipping the true creator. Is there any way Adam and Klein join forces? I mean, I don't know why Adam would want to help Klein right now, because Adam would basically see Klein as like a fucking nothingness. He'd be like, who the fuck are you? Roselle? No, the Chariot. The Chariot? It was the Red Priest as the top. What is the Chariot? Who's this? What? Started out as a new tycoon in Balam, quickly became a mythical creature. Oh, Medici. Medici, I see. Ouroboros he's very handsome. I'm saying, reminds me, you guys are going to hate me for saying this, but at this point, you guys hate my comparisons anyway, so I'm going to keep making them. I don't care. Tower of God, white. Take away the red coloring on his face. 1-to-1. Perfect. Image. Medici. Ah. This is why you're an Ankh. Fuck you. Based? Why did I know that comparison was coming? Because I made it before. I like that one. The Chariot. Bro, imagine being a Sequence 1 King of Angels, and your whole fucking, and your shit is the Chariot. You're a fucking, this would be the equivalent of like, Max Verstappen comes to your house and you're like, hey, so you're the car, right? Oh, what a fucking... Medici. How much Medici art is there? What the fuck? Chariots are cool. What a childish understanding, bro. The same thing with fuck. The white is probably a little closer in personality to white. White had so much aura. I know. White is so based. Emperor. Bro, you aren't the emperor. Shit, you got fucking yoinked. And you're now stuck in the underworld. Get cooked, a loser. Damn, bro, this guy looks good. Listen, I will say, despite the aura loss he suffered in today's fight, he does look pretty, you know, like aura farming. He looks pretty good. He looks pretty fucking... Like, look at this. This is a guy who kills people for fun. He's like walking down the street, someone looks at him, he just lops the head off. He goes in, he gets up in the morning, gets in line to buy bagels. There's 4 people in front of him. Just kills all of them. He's like, couldn't wait that long, you know? This motherfucker just does it for the... He does it for the love of the game, really. The mass murderer bros playing was so... I know, right? White is fun. White... I don't know if he's my favorite Slayer, because there's good ones, but he's up there, man. He's Aura Farm. And plus, in his own dickish kind of way, he is helpful. Oh, bro, Joan of Arc imagery? Am I crazy? Imagery. I know he doesn't look like Joan of Arc. Don't know what fucking... Joan d'Arc? Am I crazy? Like, you know, just the raising of the flag. She's like, and the sword in the other hand, like, oh, 1-to-1. Bro, read. Okay, well, I have to get through the artwork. Easy's gonna stall for the first, like, 10 minutes after he starts anyway. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, that is so hard. That is so hard. Oh man. Miss Daly, you should... Miss Daly, we're gonna miss you. Ah, we're gonna miss you so much. Klein and his maggots. Oh, this was the artwork I used in one of the videos. This is the artwork I used in one of the videos and Milos was so mad. I finally get why. Oh, this is the artwork I used in one of the videos. Milos was so mad. Oh, I get why. Bizarro sorcerer. For shame, fuck off. This is beautiful, man. This is beautiful. Billy, is this more artwork? I'll check those out. Red Priest card. Oh, that is really cool. That is Emperor Roselle. Aura farming as always. Art begins here. Yeah, art does not begin here. What the fuck was I checking out, bro? I don't think anyone sent this yet. The Lovers. Aw, that's definitely the card that fits the most. You're right. Wait, Zaza, it's your birthday? Holy shit. Happy birthday, man. Thank you so much for spending it with us. Ouroboros. So we've already seen this artwork, but goated. The Angel. Oh my god. Okay, we got 20 minutes. Let's read one last quick chapter, and then I really... That was a replay. Click. Oh, I see. Okay, last chapter, and then I'll let you guys go. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I have to know what that was. That's crazy. Read my message in general. I will. After. Digest what you read first. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just... Okay, you know what? Let's not... Wait, Ramiro. How about I read right now? No, username. I will react to your stuff. Just privately later. It's the volume title? Oh, okay. Okay. Fuck. Okay, you know what? How about we do this? How about we do a night stream? How about we do a night stream just to talk and digest? No reading, just digesting. Okay? Okay? No reading, just digesting, and I won't read the next chapter right now, okay? How's that? Let's just leave it there. Let's just stop. Let's stop then. Fuck it. Yes? Okay, let's do that. Fine. We'll do that. No problem. God, you guys are so mean. If you need our... I don't even know who this guy is. Thanks for... Man. Okay. Volume, title, meaning. Undying, a bestowment or a curse. It is the theme of Volume 4. Oh! And now Klein is also to a degree undying because he's a saint and it's probably the hardest sequence 4 to kill. So he kind of, at the end of this volume, also becomes undying to a degree. It is manifested on many people in the story. Klein, Isaac. Klein, Isaac, Leonard, Anderson. Anderson? What the fuck? This theme reaches the peak when Klein saw the cocoons, the modern people inside, and the 3 broken ones. The horror, madness, and darkness in this world is revealed once again. Paraphrased from the author's words at the end of Volume 4. So there is Volume 4 author notes, but they're just in Mandarin, I guess? What do you think? They're not flashy, Samuel, but they don't need to be. The sheer overwhelming power that a fucking Bizarro sorcerer has. Yes, Nagito. Yeah, exactly. The sheer overwhelming numbers that he can produce. I don't know how many marionettes he can have now. Do you see the pure BS that is a demigod? The most fucking crazy thing to me. The most fucking crazy thing to me is that Klein struck Isaac with 5,000 lightning bolts, and he was still like, it hurts, my legs are charred, I lost a couple legs, but like, we're still going, boys. And he could still kill like dozens of sequence 5s at a 1-to-1. That is cooked. What do you think the theme of the seer pathway is now? Oh, did I say Isaac? Isaac? Oh, Ins. Sorry, Ins. I apologize. Sorry, I had Isaac in mind because of the Undying. I apologize. Sorry. I love Isaac. No, wrongs. No. Come on. No. Okay. Oh, man. Let's just check out these edits, and then I think we'll just end it there.
Didn't you ask me why I didn't take the initiative to confess to Dunn? To throw him in bed?
Daly gasped for air and said with a bitter smile,
I had indulged myself too much in the past. He was a conservative man.
I felt inferior.
At this moment, she heard Klein Moretti reply,
Captain actually liked you too, very much so. Because you were too outstanding and young, he felt inferior as well.
Daly smiled as her blurry gaze saw him.
God damn it.
With a receding hairline. He had dark gray eyes. She watched as he pressed his hand to his chest, bent down, and reached out his palm to invite her to a dance. She reached out her hand.
God damn, that is this is so hard to listen to.
A black trench coat pulled up Daly, whose mutation was slowly fading away. Under Leonard's watch, they danced a brisk dance in the destroyed square, with the fountain spewing water everywhere.
I normally do think they're pretty cringe too, Kami, but having just read it, it kind of hits a little different, maybe.
Leonard's lips quivered as he suddenly asked, "Aren't you returning to the church?" Klein didn't turn around as he wore his silk top hat and headed for another exit of the square. After a few steps, he paused.
I'm not gonna lie, this one's more cringy.
To Leonard with his
This
black face.
maybe because this part didn't have the same emotional impact on me. This part feels much more cringy.
Turn anymore. Who am I? This was a question that Klein had an answer to when he was still a faceless. He didn't need to think too much about it, as he quickly understood his identity. Person from Earth, a person who had been reconstructed from...
Yeah. Okay. Very nice. Yeah. I don't find those ones. I don't like those ones very much. Okay. Yeah. All right. It's fine. All right. Man, that was so much. But we're okay. Hold on. Quick question. I one quick question, and then we can end stream. Okay. Where did that potion for demigod come from? Did Klein have it with him, or did Adam give it to him? Samo, no, it did not. You're making that up. No shot. I'll go through the fucking chapter right now. You're lying. He made it during the dance? Oh. Klein made it during the dance. Samo, you're making that up, right? You have to be. Stop. Okay. No. Okay. He's making it up. Oh, that's not lore accurate. Okay, but he is making it up. Never mind. Okay. You did divine to read the next chapter. It's fine. It's fine. I shall incur the wrath of the gods. It's fine. It's fine. We'll end it there, guys. Bless us all. Fuck you, Samo. Alright, we'll end stream there. We'll okay, again, we'll have a night stream just to talk and like theory craft. I don't know how long it'll be. Maybe it'll be like 2 hours, maybe it'll be like 40 minutes. I have no fucking clue. We'll base it off. We'll just talk, you know. We'll keep the vibes open. Keep this music open. Need it again? Sounds good, Kami. No worries, man. Alright, once again, thank you so much, everyone, for being here. Fucking love all of you. Whether you're new or you've been here for a really long time. Thank you so much, everyone, for popping by. Have a great rest of your day or nights, and I hope I'll catch you again in one of my future streams. Thank you so much, guys. Bye.